Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Uh-oh, folks. It's not Thursday, it's Saturday. Happy Saturday, it's day 5. Day 5 creating a skill tree system, folks. So nice to have everybody here. We got the whole crew. We got Chex Party here. Chex Party committing some depreciation. I'm not sure how to pronounce that word. I don't even know if I spelled the word correctly. But we got Lance up in here as well. Lance over on YouTube and on the Twitch with the double stream from Lance. Lance, so nice to hear from you this morning. So nice to see you. I'm glad you got a 2-hour shift, working your way through, having a blast, coding. So happy to hear about that. I'm looking forward to the demo, my friend. The demo, if you guys haven't seen it, if you guys haven't seen the screenshots that Lance has posted over on the Discord, you gotta go check them out. This got a little refactor to how things are laid out here. But in the game form, you gotta go check it out. Yet another space game. Yas G. Yet another space jam. Look at this. Look at this stuff. Lance with the whole devlog report in here. Look, this stuff looks awesome. Lance, thank you so much for sharing it. We also got Corfless. Corfless, it's so nice to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're able to, get back into a little bit of gaming there. Getting through that internship, getting through that hard stuff. We got Woosa here as well. Woosa, my friend, it's so nice to see you this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you happen to be on this beautiful Saturday, folks, on this beautiful Saturday. It's a beautiful Saturday here for me. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. We also got Fabic. Fabic, how are you on this beautiful day, my friend? It's so nice to see you. Lance saying, hey, if you stitch together enough of those projects, you'll have a game. That's the plan. That's the plan. Stitch it Frankenstein style. We got a Frankenstein together. Lance says, I've only managed to get one game across the finish line so far, and it took 2 others to make that happen. That makes sense. That makes sense. Check says, undeprecated Unity users unite. Yes, the the quad U's, folk. Chex Party, how are you on this beautiful day, my friend? It's so nice to see you. It's so nice to have you here. Anyone who missed it yesterday, we did do a little Discord only stream yesterday. I was playing out. It turns out there's these pretty cool, these little neat stage thing you can do where you it's kind of like Discord's version of streaming. I don't want to actually do this right now. But we did this yesterday. I'm planning to use this. It's going to be fun. So stay tuned. We're going to do some events in this. I'm going to teach. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do some like class type stuff here. But I'm going to be offering some classes via the Ops Hour stage. We might create some stages that aren't called Ops Hours. But I'm excited about that. That was fun. Everyone who came yesterday and hung out during that time, thank you. Thank you. For guys who didn't know, I wasn't planning to do it. It just sort of happened. So if you missed it, no big deal. Check says, I'm forking through my spaghetti. Thank you very much. Yes, gotta get in that spaghetti, get through that sauce, maybe put a little cheese on top. Checks, Lance says, always glad to share. It's a wild ride. I'm looking for it. Lance says, are Discord folks okay to stream on there via Discord for anyone who wants speaking? Absolutely. That's why we got the Hangout and Code. And I don't want to be here right now. We got Help Queue, but Hangout and Code, definitely do it there. The office hours, you have to be like, so what I like about this one is you have to have a special permissions to be on stage. But yeah, please do. Hangout and Code, we have, what is this? The level 2 boost? We're level 1. We have 2 boosts, level 1. So you can stream in, I think, HD. I'm not entirely sure. We're not full HD stream, we got better audio quality. That's okay. It's kind of expensive to get up to this one. It's kind of expensive. That's not that bad. Per year, that's not crazy. Maybe we'll get there. That'd be kind of cool. But it is a little bit spicy of a cost there. The level 3 cost is now that's too spicy. That's a too spicy of a price right there. All right, folks. We also got CodeRad Games in the house. CodeRad Games, so nice to see you, my friend. How are you? I know you've been ultra busy as well. The ultimate busyness, the ultra busy. But how are you doing? But yeah, Lance, please do. That's what I want people to use it for. Use those voice channels. Maybe we'll add some more voice channels. People haven't really been using them, so I haven't felt like I needed to. Code Red says no lifting for a year now. Gotcha. Checkper says, what is the gist of the office hours? So yesterday, the main idea is people can come. I'm planning to schedule these. This is off stream, like not on Twitch, not on YouTube, not recorded. You can come. I'll be working on stuff during office hours. But if people come, it's a time that's dedicated to help other people. So you can do like, have multiple people in voice chat and multiple people sharing screens, that sort of thing. So my idea is the ops hours is going to be a time for the community to come in, ask questions, do stuff on the Discord, and I work with you on your code. That's the idea with ops hours. I was just testing out yesterday. It seemed to work really, really well, but that's going to be like a community-specific thing, not a Twitch thing. Because I know people not everyone would want to be streamed out there so anyone can see you, right? Lance says, awesome deal. I might see about doing a screen share or something over the weekend. That'd be cool. This is my last shift. I have a few days off. Very cool, very cool. But yeah, so we hung out yesterday. Had like 10 people show up. It was fun. It was fun. I had a great time. We were only doing it for an hour, just testing out the features. You could like raise your hand, bring people. It was nice. It was cool. It was cool. We'll give it another shot in the future. I don't know if we'll do it this week. Maybe we'll do it this week. Just because I'm going to be going on vacation at the end of next week. I was thinking of having it on Fridays. Friday afternoons, my time would be office hours time. But we might start doing it more during the week as well. When we get to the summer, I'll probably do it more during the week as well. That coffee's good, folks. That coffee's good. That's right, Check's Party Vacation. I've been putting a lot of extra hours in just so I can go on vacation. Corfless, welcome to Lurk Mode, my friend. Welcome to Lurk Mode. We know there are many choices, many places to lurk on Twitch, and we thank you for lurking here. So thank you for that. All right, so what the heck are we working on today? What do we have so far? If you've missed any of it, we have a little blog. Last time was a little bit rough. The last session was a little bit rough. We didn't quite get as much as I wanted to get done. And part of that was just I didn't understand the system quite fully. But let's go check out our blog here. So on day 4, building out a skill tree. For those of you who don't know, anyone who doesn't know, we're building a skill tree here. Not just a skill tree system. One of the things I want to be able to do is dynamically generate skill trees. So if we look at this UI document here, we can take this thing we wrote a special. So one thing that's really awkward and annoying about this is I cannot. Oh, it's inside of this thing. Test. Can I open up this? I can't modify the internals of this thing. Why can't I modify the internals of that thing? That's really annoying. It's because it's using one of these things, I think, this here. All right, so we can take these nodes, we can move them around. We played around with apparently I can't move you around. I really want to. There we go. We played around with using the vector graphics API to draw these lines. So if we move these things around in our UI builder, those lines automatically update. We're gonna, maybe if we have time, we're gonna make them a little prettier. They're not the prettiest thing, they're pretty ugly. I don't know, I'm not gonna lie, they're not super pretty. I don't like them all that much, but they're not terrible. They serve a purpose. And that purpose is to show us where the different things connect. Okay. So last time we defined a bunch of scriptable objects that we could use to define skill trees. So in this case, this is the skill tree you sort of see on the screen here. We have a paladin skill tree, starts at the hero. The hero goes to divine sense. Hero also goes to spell casting. So divine sense is here, spell casting is here. Spell casting can go to lay hands, but it also can go to sacred oath, and divine sense also goes to sacred oath. So that's the idea with this skill tree here. One thing that we were trying to do last time was dynamically generate this UI. Can we generate a UI that you end up being able to open up in the UI builder like this and move around and edit? This is sort of what we want at the end of the day, to be able to grab these things and reposition them. And so I started playing around with using UI components. So we have components here. So let me close some of these things. The idea I had was, well, can we do a skill tree element? So everything ends with element. What? No, skill tree element here. Where is my skill? Did we get rid of that skill node elements? What's happening? What happened to our elements? That's not good. I'm in the wrong I'm in the wrong project. Hang on. This is in our Unity engine. Here we should have skill node element, skill tree element. So we had this idea here. We got Kiro in the house. Kiro's following me. Kiro, thank you for following. Thank you for coming to the academy. You are now one of us. You are now part of the crew. You are here at Captain Coder's Academy. We got Kiro following me. I'd like to thank you for following me. Kiro, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Kiro, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. How the heck are you? How are you? Thank you for the follow. So happy to have you here. But we decided we were going to try and make this skill tree element. And this skill tree element would sort of iterate through the tree. Okay, so it's going to take in a skill tree here. It's going to take in a skill tree and it's going to dynamically generate all the children elements inside of that skill tree. And this worked, kind of. This worked. This generated the skill tree. Unfortunately, when you do this, you end up with a uneditable skill tree. So let me show you what that looks like real quick. Let's create a new one of these. We'll create a new UI toolkit, UI document test doc. In here, hang on, I gotta put this in our demo folder. We had this, it was this generated one. Here, I can just show you right here. Generated like this. Is this right? Yeah, so you ended up with this tree that you can't actually move these things around. All right, so when you dynamically generate using a visual element subclass, using a component style, you end up with the elements, the top level element you can access and use, but anything that's generated by code internally cannot be modified directly. It has to be modified through this, and that's just like we can't do that. It's not going to be something we can do. So I played around with this idea of like, can we make it so that you have like these things called anchors where you grab them and you move so I'm moving this anchor around, and that anchor is associated with one of these things. And this just felt so gnarly and terrible. I was going like, this cannot be how we do it. Not so good. Welcome to Lurk Node, Mr. Natural. I didn't like this at all. So I was going, there's got to be a different way. So I started looking into, can we generate UXML? So under the hood, these files really are. So if we go look at it here, we can open up a UXML file. All right, so if we go and open up the generated, can I open this? This is so awkward. Why is everything so awkward here? Do I not have this? I don't think I had a project open yet. Okay. So if we go and open up some of the UXML files, so for example, that when we're looking at the generated skill tree, it looks like this. This is like the code for it. Change that to XML. You'll see the reason you can't modify that is because the whole thing is this one Captain Coder skill tree element. And that is it's not actually a piece of UXML. It's not modifiable in the builder because it itself is not part of the UXML file. And so I was going, okay, well, is there a way? The reason you can modify these ones is because they are part of the UXML file. And the reason you can modify the top level component is because it is part of here. So we're going, okay, here we go. can we make it so that we can generate these UXML files? They're just XML. Can't be that hard, right? Can't be that hard. Well, it turns out it's kind of not hard, but there's not any tools to do it for us yet. As far as I can tell, Unity has not written any sort of UXML builder class. There's all sorts of classes that take UXML and turn it into visual elements, but not the other way around. And so I ended up writing a little tool, a little bit of code to make this happen. Equal Gaming says, aye, Captain Yar. How are you doing, mate? I'm doing beautiful, my friend. How are you, Equal Gaming? So nice to see you on this beautiful Saturday. How the heck are you? Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it happens to be for you. I'm so glad you're here. Ooh, I love it. I love that squiddly emote, or squiddly octopusy emote. What is that, a squiddly emote or an octopi emote? What are we saying on that one? It says squid 1, 3, 2, 4. All right, it's squiddly. That's the name of it. It's a squiddly. Okay, so we got our generated UXML here. So I started looking. Okay, can I generate this? So I came up with this. What was it? This interface here. I was like, okay, can I make something called a UXML generator? And the UXML generator says to UXML element. I think I need to change the type of this a little bit. Rather than being a string, I think I want to return a UXML element. And I'll explain why that is in a minute. Let says, I do love this, and it's becoming so typical. Unity doesn't have a way to do X, Y, or Z, so I fixed it. Well, that's not, I feel like this is the first time I've run into this. For me, this is the first time I've run into it, where it wasn't something where I read. And it's going like, okay, it really feels like this doesn't exist. And the main thing is, once you're a visual element, there isn't really an easy way. It's like non-trivial to go from a visual element back to a UXML element, because the visual element is like a game object. Not quite a game object, but it's a Unity object, and UXML is just text. And so the conversion, there isn't a one-to-one conversion between the two. So if you want to do it, you kind of have to do it yourself. And Unity, I think they don't provide a UXML like API because they're not sure if they're going to be changing it. So this feels dangerous to me because I suspect that they'll change it eventually, but we're going to play around with it a little bit more. Yeah, define this interface so I could specify, okay, well, this is going to be a generator that generates various things. In this case, I made one called a skill tree generator. So I made a subclass of it there. I'm not sure what that link is. I don't, you're the first person to come here. If this is your first chat, I'm going to go ahead and say Moco. I'm gonna have to, can I do a thing here? Can't be your first message here. How do I do that? We can't just post videos like that without first saying hello. Let's take a look. I'm sorry here. I have to check this video out. I just don't want anything. Let's see here. Sorry, I probably overreacted there. I apologize. Let me get to the video here. What is the funny video? Programming War Crimes 2. Okay. If you have videos, please post them on the Discord for us. For some reason, it won't load for me, so I apologize about that. But if you want to post in the chat, you can. Just make sure you ask first. I don't want any spam stuff coming through. But thank you for sharing. Sorry I overreacted there. I get a little bit crazy sometimes, so I apologize for that. Let's go. Let's keep going. Sorry. Give me a second here. Something's not quite right. Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to check something on my other screen. Moco, happy Saturday, my friend. How the heck are you? Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Okay, so I wrote this UXML parser thing. No, builder. This is a UXML writer. It's going to take in a scriptable tree, which is what we've been working on. and it serializes it. So I looked into all this XML stuff. It generates nodes for this. And ultimately now, excuse me, on my skill tree, so I have a Paladin skill tree, I can click this generate button here, generate UXML. And this is going to generate a UXML file with all my nodes sort of connected together. So let's go ahead and move these around here. So I have this generated one here that I can modify. These currently are just, one second, Sacred Oath, lay hands, put lay hands over here. These are just visual elements. So these need to be my subclass visual elements typed, but I need to end up with a UXML document that is the, it ends up with a UXML document that like this. So this generates, so if I open up my Paladin tree here, my Paladin UXML tree. Nope, not that one. This one is, what is it called? Paladin skill tree UXML. It generates this file. And so I need to find a better way to do this. We got Blue Web following me. We got Blue Web following me. Blue Web, thank you for following. Thank you for following me. Blue Web, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. At Captain Coders Academy, we learn and code and grow together. We're currently in the process of building a skill tree system. Learning how to do a skill tree system. We do a new project here every week. Maybe every 2 weeks, sometimes one time it was 3 weeks. We try and do a new project here every week. If you want to check out what we've been working on. What have you missed? We're on day 5 here of building a skill tree system. If we open up this link here, one sec, sorry. Let me get my browser back open here. We have been doing a skill tree system. So our learning goals on this one is, can we dynamically generate visual components? Can we write a program to generate visual components for us using the UI toolkit? We've made some progress there. We're exploring using generic types for generalizing our library, and then using Unity style sheet variables. We haven't used these yet, but I want to try and get to a point where we can use them. Here's our project scope, though.
You in the back, pay attention.
That's right, pay attention. Pay attention. We are gonna do a project scope here. Well, or our project scope is that every skill is a node. Skills can have children. If you are a child of a previous node, that's one of your requirements to acquire it. So C here, you need to have both skill A and B to get skill C. And then in addition to that, different nodes can have different requirements. So you can have a skill cost, you can have a level cost. It's gonna be different depending on what game you're implementing. And so we've defined some interfaces to allow us to do that more easily. All right, but day 4, this is what we did last time. This is what we did on Thursday. There was no stream yesterday. Is we implemented our scriptable objects so we can define our skill trees this way. So we have a root element, and then these are sort of the requirements. These are the dependencies. So the hero skill is the parent of the divine sense skill. The hero skill is the parent of the spell casting skill, etc. And then we played around with generating the UI and discovered it was pretty hard to do. Or actually the way I wanted to do it using component generation wasn't going to be possible. So we're doing a UXML generation version today. Oh, we did a little bit of that. We're going to clean it up, Bo. Motion Lux, welcoming you to the crew. Motion Lux, thank you for following. My friend, you are here with us. We have Motion Lux. Motion Lux, thank you for following today. You're part of the crew. And I welcome you to Captain Coders Academy. Motion Lux, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So nice to have you here with us at Captain Coders Academy, folks. We are learning to code. We are growing together. We are learning Unity. We're doing a little bit about game development. But every week here, we do a new project. We're working on a skill tree system here. The goal, we've been working on some stuff, is to develop some tools that we can use for this upcoming game jam. So in April, we're gonna do the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023. This is 14 days away, 13 days, 21 hours away. We're gonna be doing this game jam. We are going to be using the tools that we've been building. We're building a skill tree system now. Previous project, we built an inventory system. Before that, we did a skills, a crafting system. Before that, we did a dungeon generator. So we're building up reusable libraries that we're planning to use in this. And maybe they'll work, maybe they won't work. We're gonna find out. But thank you so much for being here. That said, folks, I gotta take a quick second here. Hold on, hang tight. I will be back in just a moment. So sorry. So sorry about that. Captain Coder's back, folks. Blue Web says, I don't speak English, but it was a great song. Thank you so much for the compliment, my friend. I try to give everyone a nice warm welcome. I want people to feel welcome here at Captain Coder's Academy. And one way to do that is to sing you a little anthem. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. That said, folks, if there are any questions, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. Not only is it allowed, it's encouraged. I want you to backseat code. I want you to ask questions. I want you to say, hey, Captain, what are you doing there? Why do you got this thing? Why don't you do it this way? A lot of times I don't know. I don't have the best approach. And I've often had people come in and tell me, hey, dude, have you tried this? And I learned something new. So please backseat code. Teach me something new. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on whatever project we happen to be doing. If you want to see something, over on our Discord, you can suggest a project. The reason we're doing this is because some projects have been suggested in the past. So we're doing we did an inventory system. What is this? This is our skill tree. This was suggested by someone on the Discord, and that's why we're doing this project. Try and do a new project every week. Don't always make it every week, but don't hesitate to join there. Let us know if you want to join. You can. You don't have to. No pressure to join. We got a nice little community there asking questions, getting stuff together. So I want to clean up this code. What are my goals for today? Haven't even talked about what my goals are yet. I want to implement a better UXML generator. Jack says, do I have everyone's anthem memorized? No. In fact, they're all improvised. So in fact, they're ephemeral. They evaporate into the abyss. Once they're out of me, they're gone. They're out. So you got to be ready for it. Good question though, Jax. So we're going to implement UXML generators for each type. Right now, I just have like one giant UXML generator, and this was sort of my test to see, can I do this? Can I make this work? Let me learn about XML documents. So I want to generate types for each one to make it sort of abstracted and easier to manage. As a developer, as a programmer, one of your main priorities is trying to manage the complexity of your program. Miss National's not into the abyss, into the aether. Oh yeah, into the aether, into the ephemeral, is that the right word? Aether. Then I want to manually add skill trees and names to description information. So in addition, I'm hoping we can get generation working a little bit better. And then I want to play around with how can I make it so if I hover over an element or click, more importantly, I want to click on an element and transfer that information somewhere. So I want some sort of click listener on these that will get us information, and I can send it. It'll go to the console, but then can I put together a little UI to the side? When you click on something, it'll share information about that component with us. That's what I want to do. And then maybe, just maybe, do a little bit of refactoring. Our types are a little bit wonky right now. I've done some painful stuff to get this to work. So for example, if we go to our iPlayer character, I've defined this weird type iSkilledEntity2 to make the types sort of happy and work out to be able to generate these things. I do not like this. It's dirty. It's gross. It needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed, folks. But we're gonna hop in. We're gonna check it out. We're gonna see what we can get done today. Okay. So with that said, let's see if we can abstract the skill tree generator into subcomponents. The first thing I want to do is, rather than doing a toUXML element returning a string, I want this to return an XML element like this. This should return an XML element like that, rather than a string. This is going to cause some issues around. But once you have this just needs to return our XML element. So this generated an element here, L. So this can return this element rather than the string itself. And then the idea is we have some sort of tool here that can turn it into a string. So this needs to return now an XML element. And then in this iUXML generator interface, we need to move all of our serialization. So we're gonna see if we can do that now. Or have a helper for it. But I think we're gonna have a public static string to string, and this is gonna take in an XML element to UXML string. All right, this is gonna take it, maybe it'll actually write this to a file. That might be a better way to do it. We're gonna take in an element to convert, and it is going to generate, why can't I type today? Return null for now. All right, so it's gonna take in this thing to convert. And the idea is, can I do all of the serialization stuff I was doing previously? So this namespace, I'm not sure where to move this. There's a lot of awkwardness stuff that I had to do. I think these should potentially be in our UXML generator as statically accessible types here. Do we still get access to them if I do it this way? So now I have to do iUXML generator dot. Is that not true? What's going on with this? If I move them there, I feel like I should have access to them. Hang on, let's do one refactor at a time. Let's go back. Go back. There's gonna be some errors here in Unity. Should be some compilation errors, so I just made a breaking. I changed the API so that the compiler should complain throughout, and I gotta go fix everywhere it's referenced in the compiler. Only one spot, surprisingly. I'd imagine there would be more. But rather than generator.toUXML, we can do generator, this should be an XML. Oh, okay. To get the string back, rather than doing the generator now, this returns a UXML element. And then we can do iUXML generator dot to UXML string. That should, why is this? Using requires one type. In this case, it should be a skill tree generator. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this does it for the skill tree generator. Rod Robbery, welcome you. Thank you for following me. Rod Robbery. Rod Robbery, thank you for following me. Rod Robbery. Thank you for following me. I'd like to thank you, Rod Robbery, for following the Captain Coder. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Rod Robbery, you're part of the crew. Yeah, Rod Robbery, you're part of the crew. Thank you so much for following Rod Robbery. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We are learning to code here. We are doing a new project at Captain Coder's Academy. We do a new project every week. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. And using that information, using that knowledge, I like to do where we're learning and coding and growing some stuff here. That said, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged here. If you see something, you have a question, do not hesitate to ask. Do not hesitate to suggest anything on the project. Happy to entertain it. Can't promise I'll always have an answer. Can't promise I'll always take your suggestion, but please do, because that's how we learn and code and grow together. And thank you so much for being here, my friend. The Gypsy says, I didn't realize you could have real methods on interfaces. Whoa. So you got to keep in mind, these are static methods. So this is a static method. You're allowed to have a static method because it's part of the interface rather than the actual, so it's part of the interface. You can also do, you can have default methods. So I could do it this way too and have a default method in this case. So I might actually do it. I could do this. So you'd have a default element, to UXML string, but then this would take in a T to convert like this. You could do it this way as well. Maybe I'll do it this way. That might make more sense. Does that make more sense? I'm not sure. Enumerate says, hey Cap, how's it going? It's going fantastic, Enumerate. I love that name. You have one of the best names on Twitch, my friend. Enumerate has one of the best names. I think it's rather grand. Enumerate, how the heck are you on this beautiful Saturday? Let's see, would this make more sense? It might make more sense to do it this way. I think I could still implement it like that. Where we do generator.toUXML string. toUXML string, what is it like? toUXML string. Hang on, why aren't my errors coming through? I have a definition. What are you talking about? .toUXML string skill generator. Public. Shouldn't we have this? What are you talking about? Cannot implicitly convert skill tree generator. We should get this by default. Are we not extending this? Implementing. I think something's wrong with my VS Code here. .to UXML string. This should be called, okay, so first off, I want this to be toXML element. And then toUXML string does not contain a definition and no accessible extension to XML excepting first argument of type skill tree generator. I'm really confused here. Enumerate says, cheers, doing well, my friend. Achieved a breakthrough at my rasterizer. That is awesome, where I can finally draw some lines. The next thing is to optimize the drawing algorithm and then attempt some more complicated shapes. That sounds fascinating. I would love to see some devlog. Maybe you got some more information for us on what your breakthrough was. I'd love to see it. I'm not sure if you've posted anything like that on the Discord just yet. Can I make this virtual? They should all be virtual to begin with, shouldn't they? Virtual. Shouldn't have to override it. Corfless is back. Guess who's back? Corfless back. Corfless is back. He is back again. It's going all right, my friend. We're learning about UXML stuff. There's some interface thing here that's driving me a little bit crazy that I don't understand. Couldn't I do IUXML generative type skill tree? Of I skill tree? What is the type of the skill tree generator here? If I do it this way, and then put on the right side here that this is a skill tree generator, this should work. Why isn't this visible in the subclass? I'm losing my mind. That's crazy. Devro says, how's it going, Captain? How are you doing? I'm doing fabulous, Devro. How the heck are you? Folks, did you know Devro, the incredible Devro, folks? Gotta check him out. Devro is an incredibly talented game developer and 3D artist, incredible 3D artist as well. You gotta, I said that twice. Incredible game developer, incredible 3D artist, making a game in Unreal Engine. Give him some love, folks. If you want to learn some stuff, if you wanna go hang out, super chill stream, go check out Devro stream. Amazing stream, absolutely love it over there. Enumerate, did I miss anything? Moonrise says, once I finish out, I'll post it right up. It's been a great learning experience. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to, I'm all about the learning. Deborah says, finish my workout so my arms are heavy, my knees are weak like mom's spaghetti. Look, mom's spaghetti. That sounds delicious. Why can't... All right, so here is a thing that is really annoying. It's because it's the default implementation. This skill tree generator, if I do it this way, if I say, hey, you're a skill tree generator, I have access to the 2UXML. But if I don't do that, I don't know why, if I do it as a skill tree generator on the right side, it's very, very weird, because I'm not... Very, very weird to me that that's the case. I lost it. Hang on. This was in our skill tree data. Very, very strange that I can do it if I do this type here, but if I swap this type out, I don't have access to the 2UXML string there. I thought you would get that in the subclass without having to implement it. That's okay. We're gonna keep going like this for now, but my goal here is to move the actual conversion to this be default, have a default implementation here. I think I can, if I make it virtual, we'll be able to do it anyway. Can I do, all right, so to fix that though, I think I could just do public override string to UXML string scriptable object to convert, and then could I just do base dot to UXML string? Can I not do that? This is driving me crazy, right? As I said, just casually popping in this morning to say, I hope you have a great stream. Movers are going to be showing up in a bit, and then I'll be MIA during this moving week across the country. Let's go. Ryazy, good luck with your move, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. That's exciting. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're excited about moving. I had to move twice this past summer. I was not as excited about the first move. The second move was sort of forced upon me. Did not like that one as much. Why can't I do this? This is so bizarre to me that I cannot implement. Let's see if I do this. Return null. Shouldn't it say that I am... Oh, I'm so baffled by this behavior. I don't understand this behavior, and it's making me crazy. That's okay. I'm not going to worry too much about it for now. Okay, let's move this into the parent here. So the main idea is at the end of the day, I need to do this serialized thing here. I want this to be in my parent generator like this. All right, let's import these things. And the element is going to be, all right, so this thing should be able to convert it to an XML element. That's the whole point here. And so I'll do XML element equals this dot to XML element to convert. So we get the element back, and then once we have that, we're able to chunk it down here. All right, so then we need our namespaces, like this. Yes, okay, so it's gonna be our namespace. This is our, I'm gonna swap these out here. I prefer it on this side, like that. Let's do settings on this side, like that. Dustin says school is cool. That's right, school is cool. School is cool. School with a K is real cool. That's right, that's right. All right, and then I was gonna still this and add this as a static member here. I'm so confused why, shouldn't I be able to have public string UI? The default is this. All right. Now I can do it that way, but now the UI is not gonna be accessible here. I'm so confused. And I don't understand at all why I don't have access to these in my subclass. It's not my sub, it's like in this generator here. I might, that's right, Dramulx, whoa, how's the volume on that? I turned it down, but it seems like the volume on that is super, super low now. I can barely hear it. But I didn't realize how loud it was previously. How's the whoa, Dramulx? How's the volume on that? It's okay, does it need to be a little bit higher? It was way too loud before. I didn't realize quite how loud it was. But you guys can hear it, that's good. Why is it not working? Gypster, what are you, it was super loud before. I didn't want it to be too loud, right? I thought it was disruptively loud before. As long as you guys can hear it, that's what's important to me. But thank you for the whoa, Dramulx. Gypster, what are you saying? Why is it not working? I don't know why this explicit isn't working. We have to, so here's like what I could do. So we could create a private, so here's something crazy. Scriptable skill tree. I can create this stupid variable called self that is just this thing cast as a scriptable object. This. Oh, can I not? Can I implicitly consider an explicit conversion exists? Am I not? This is so crazy to me. Why can't I cast myself to this type? Oh, I can. Okay. So if I treat myself as a self, watch, check this out. I can do self dot, but I can't do this dot. And I don't understand this behavior. I don't understand this behavior at all. Is why I cannot, it must be related to this generic type. If I do a self.ui here, look how wild this is to me. This is so weird. Deborah, so how is the skill tree coming along? It's coming along all right. We have the logic of it, I think, worked out. So it's more than just a skill tree. It's a system for generating skill trees. So we can manually build a skill tree like this. So in our UI, we built one. We added it so that these lines, if you move these in these UI, now it's not going to load for me. If you move these around, the lines automatically redraw themselves. What I would like to be able to do is generate this UI for you. All right. So I don't know why it does. This is so annoying. But these generate a UI for us. And I want to be able to generate this, and then you can move it around and adjust it how you want. And so we have to generate the UI builder in Unity uses these XML files. So our Paladin skill tree, the actual underlying change language mode XML. The underlying, I need to generate this file. And so this is actually a generated file, but I'm doing it in a very gnarly way. And so I'm refactoring that. I'm trying to like narrow it down so that it is not just one giant algorithm that does it, but instead is like extensible. Christoph, welcome back. Welcome back to the crew. Christoph, happy to have you here, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck are you? That's right, Dramolks. Very smelly code right now. Very smelly code. Our goal is to make it less smelly. Make the code less smelly. The thing that is fascinating me is that we cannot access these things in the subclass. XD, greetings, my friend. XD, welcome back. So nice to see you. Happy to have you here. Really, really happy to have you here. All right, so Christoph's doing good mostly. Glad to hear it, my friend. Glad to hear it. I don't like that I can do, this is bizarre to me. I'm gonna have to read about this behavior and if there's a way to make it. I think it's related to this type here. This is fascinating. The default implementation, yeah, super weird, super weird. So we could do this. All right, so watch, check this out. This is even weirder. I can self dot to UXML string to convert. This is so weird. This would be of a scriptable object. That's a great question, XD. That's a great question. We are working on making a skill tree system. So if you've missed out this week, we're on day 5 here. Day 5 of our skill tree. I think I've seen you here several days. But on day 4, we are trying to generate. So we set up some scriptable objects so we can define a skill tree in our inspector. So this defines a skill tree here. And then we tried to generate it. So in fact, this defines this very specific skill tree here. This skill tree here is what that one defines. And so we're trying to make it so that we can generate this. This was manually built. So this image was manually built here. And our goal is to make it so that we can dynamically generate this. So after you build this up, you click a little button and you get yourself a little UI that you can modify. That's what we're trying to do. Can we do it? Well, we're finding out. We're learning we've learned a lot of new stuff, which is fascinating here. But in my generator, I wanted to pull this out. Is this enough to, and then return our writer.toString. All right, so I'm curious if this refactor works. Let's come in here and check. Idea's cool, XD. This is one of the coolest projects I've put together so far. I'm really, really having fun with it. Having a ton of fun here. All right, so let's see if we can generate this here. So if, the idea is I click this, and, okay, we got a Stack Overflow, and that's, I know why. It's because of my skill tree generator, I did this thing. So this is so stupid. This is so stupid. I don't understand this at all. All right. Let's try this one more time. Generate UXML. Okay, so that works. Okay, so that one works. And this generates this file, which is our, essentially we can come in here and we can drag our skill tree around. So it generates the nodes. It doesn't place them in an intelligent way just yet. But we can generate the skill tree with the nodes. So if we were to remodify this, so let's save this here. Our Ranger skill tree looks a little bit different. We click generate, we end up with a Ranger tree file. The Ranger tree has fewer nodes. It was just sort of a test here, but we can drag these out and see that this generates a different file for us. So it's not that much different, but we are generating it. The code's a little bit, I would call mangled code. And so we're demangling it here to make it a little bit easier. Chicka Wow Wow asks, how's it going? It's going super well, Chicka Wow Wow. How the heck are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. How's your hand? I know you had some I don't remember, was it surgery or you broke your hand? I can't remember exactly what it was, but how's your recovery going? Yeah, so nice to see you again. All right. So we have our UXML. I don't like the trouble I'm having with this generic type. All right. So I think I want to write an extension method instead. All right, so we're gonna try something here. Public static class IUXML extensions, like this. And rather than having these be here, because I don't want you to override this, I'm gonna make this an extension method here. So this would be in here. It's gonna be a static method, and this is gonna take in a IUXML generator of type T, this, to convert. Oh, it needs to take in a type T. Generator, and a T to convert, like that. This needs to be over here. Let's see if we make an extension method here. It'd be to convert, and this would be generator dot to UXML, and then here we're gonna do almost want this to be, can we do public static UI? XD says A equals array tree. Yeah. So we're generating trees. That's right. We have an array. In this case, I'm doing a list of nodes, and it's actually not quite a list. It's like it's a graph structure. I think I need to have something that looks like this: public static class IUXML generator that actually just has IXML. This should be UXML generator that has these types, UXML, maybe even just UXML, like that. And this would end up being UXML dot. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it that way for now. I don't know what I did. I always hate when I open that up. I don't know how to close it again. UXML extensions here. This should get rid of this toString for us. Okay, so now can we come in here? Just trying to clean this up so it's not as bad. So I don't want this self thing. Okay, so this would be UXML dot on these. Okay, so these are our UI namespaces. Let's fix this here. And then in our skilled tree data, we still have that. Can I now make it so that this is an explicit type and still get that? I can. This is so interesting to me. That is fascinating to me, that default implementation. Story girl, welcome back. We have missed you so. Story girl, it's going very well. How are you? How are you, Story girl? We love you here. We love Story girl. She is here with us. She's so lovely, lovely as can be. Story girl, Story girl. I'm doing fabulous. How are you? How are you? Story girl, how the heck are you on this? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. How are you, Story girl? If you guys didn't know, Story girl's also a streamer. Gotta go check out some Story Girl. Story Girl is what we like to call a variety streamer. Does gaming, does game development, does some coding, does music. She does it all, folks. She does it all, and she does it so well. Give her some love. Click that little heart. Give Story Girl some love, folks, because she deserves it. She's amazing. She's incredible. I love you, Story Girl. I love you, Story Girl. Lobster Kovic. Welcome back, my friend. How are you, Lobster Kovic? It's so nice to see you on this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing? How are you? I need to know. I need to know. Dramulk's dancing around with that Moon Cloud and that Clayman Dev Dancy boy. All right, so we're in here. We're trying to get this working. Let's try one more time. Let's see if I broke it. Can we still generate it? Can still generate it. Excellent. Excellent. It doesn't fail. We're doing some refactoring. We're doing some refactoring here, which is going pretty well so far. I don't need namespaces anymore. Do I need this still? I don't think I need this. There's no reference to it. Yeah, I think I can get rid of that. So it says, how many coffees in are we for that performance, and what did you put in them other than coffee? Good question. Good question. All right, folks. All right. We are on our first cup here. This delicious cup. Oh yeah, this cup still warm, still toasty. We are getting close to our first break. There's a little bit of coffee in here, so we're 3/4 of a coffee in. This stream's brought to you by Don Francisco's Butterscotch Coffee. Actually, this is the vanilla bean coffee. It's not butterscotch coffee. Vanilla bean. Don Francisco's vanilla. That's right. It does seem good. It does seem good, XD. This is no. I keep saying butterscotch. I spilled a little bit on me. Hang on, folks. We gotta, oh no, I have no napkins here. What am I gonna do? Hold tight, folks. I'll be right back. Don't fear, the captain will return. Do not fear. Why are you fearing? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I had to get something to wipe that coffee up. I spilled a little bit, but we got it. Mostly on my arm. But yeah, we got vanilla bean coffee, Don Francisco vanilla bean. That's all that's in there. No cream, no sugar, just black. Just some nice, delicious black coffee, folks. And I'm also drinking water. But that performance, what got into me, it was you, Story Girl. You got into me, and you're so lovely. You're as lovely as can be. Chica Wow Wow asked, what are you working on today, Captain? I'm sorry, I don't know if I actually answered that. We are working on a skill tree system. Our goal is to implement a tool, a reusable library for doing skill trees. We're making some progress. I'll show it off one more time. So we manually built the skill tree like this. The video's not playing, I don't know why. But if this video were to play, you'd see that you can drag this around and the lines stay matched up. The goal is to be able to generate this UI. So give it an arbitrary skill tree. You can define a skill tree, give it an arbitrary skill tree, and then you end up with a UI. So for example, I've defined 2 skill trees. So we have 2 scriptable objects. You can define an arbitrary skill tree. Let's modify the skill tree so you can see. All right, so we have this Ranger tree. These are the nodes in it. Let me delete some of this stuff. So if I were to go down to this, I don't know if this will work like this. So generate UXML. I get a UXML with a single node in it that's just our hero node. So it generates that file. Okay. I don't know what's gonna happen if I already have the file there. I haven't tested this. If I come in here and say, okay, well now the hero node actually it has an extension to Divine Sense. Let's generate it. Let's see what happens if I do that. I don't know, I've never done that. Yeah, so now we have 2 nodes, hero, and it has an arrow to Divine Sense. Okay, so it has an hero to Divine Sense. So the idea is you can define your skill tree. So you have your skill tree data definition. So one thing we got to clean up is after I click regenerate, it shouldn't, if you've repositioned stuff already, it should just add some nodes in there. Let's have the hero go to lay hands as well. we show this again, we generate it. Now we have all of those nodes in there, and they all sort of connect in that way. So the idea is to have a reusable skill tree tool. Ben the Rat says, hello, King Coder. No, it's not King Coder, it's Captain Coder. Captain Coder, how are you, Ben the Rat? How the heck are you on this beautiful day? Story goes, are you using linked lists for this? No, this is using a directed acyclic graph data structure. So it's a DAG, a DAG, directed acyclic graph, no linked lists. Yeah, internally they're actually array lists. They could be linked lists. Chihuahua says, I've been updating that grid thing I showed you in Unreal. Nice. New user inputs. It's the most counterintuitive thing I have ever worked on. Nice. I'd love to see an update of it, Chihuahua. If you ever get a chance, I'd love to see an update. The Gypsy says, I think for interface issues, you can't access the interface properly in a subclass method. You can only expose it on subclass, even removing the type generic from your interface. I see the same behavior. So I thought it has to do with the base implementation. I don't understand. I feel like I've done it before, but I just don't understand exactly what the deal is on it. That's okay. Making an extension method is really all I needed to do. So I made an extension method and it acts the way I want. If this behaves the way I want, it makes more sense this way because I guess if I wanted to subclass it, I still could. But this sort of causes it to work the way I intend it to, the way I want it to. So now with that, I can call it directly on my generator here. Very, seems weird that we couldn't use it as a default implementation and have the subclass that way. It's very strange to me, but I'm okay with it. I want to understand the reasoning behind that behavior. Art says, remind me, if you will, does directed acyclic graph essentially mean a tree? No, it doesn't mean a tree. Good question. Let's look. I'm happy to answer that. We're at a point, I think, right now where I can look at that and talk about that real quick. Doesn't mean a tree structure. So a tree, you cannot have, so for example, a tree comes down, this is a tree. A tree, the definition of a tree basically is that you have parent to child relationships and you don't have child to child relationships. So this is an acyclic graph. There's no cycles. You can't like go back up. But it's no longer a tree because you have a child-to-child relationship. So a tree specifically has layers on it, and each layer only goes in one direction. So it always goes outward. So as soon as you have a child-to-child relationship, it's no longer a tree. So this is no longer a tree. This is now an acyclic graph. There's no cycles in here, though, so I can't end up in an infinite loop. If I were to traverse this tree randomly, I wouldn't end up in a loop. Not randomly, but if I were to try and traverse the tree to explore all the nodes, I can't end up in a loop. Great question, Art. That's a fantastic question. The acyclic part means no cycles, right? But great question. We're asking such a great question, Art. 50 points to you, my friend. Everyone, did you guys know that Art is also a game developer? Art's a real game developer. I say also as if I'm a game developer. I'm not a game developer. I'm a aspiring game, I'm not even aspiring. I'm a hobbyist teacher, hobbyist programming game. I don't know what I am. I'm a teacher. That's what I am. But Art here is a real game developer. Give him some love, folks. Check out that chat. See that little heart button? Give him some love because Art is developing his own game engine in C++. Amazing stream over there. Awesome community over at Art Stream. I'm learning so much from Art and his engine. Awesome stuff. He's making a game called The Warlock Scantlet, a swords and sorcery themed hack and slash. We're going to be playing it on stream a little bit tomorrow. So Art gave me Art trusted me enough to give me a demo of the game, which is so hard. I'm terrible at it. But we're gonna be doing a demo of it tomorrow on stream, so feel free to come on back. You're gonna watch me die over and over and over to zombies as I fight my carpal tunnel way through through the hack and slash game that is really, really fun. It's very, very fun. It's kind of addictive. I've been practicing. I played about 3 hours yesterday. 3 hours, that may not seem like a lot, but that's a lot for me to play a game. I've played it for about 3 hours trying to I can't get past the second section. It's too hard. There's so much in there. But Art's on his way to releasing a alpha demo. So the alpha demo is ready, just getting a Steam page set up, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, Art. I'm excited about that. Ben the Rat says, I send in ask for help problem. Okay, let's check it out. I need help with this. All right. I need help, please. So Ben the Rat, you need to ask a more specific question. In this case, though, I can tell you that this error is telling you that it looks like there's a semicolon somewhere. So this is I appreciate you trying to get help. That said, you have to ask a better question. So when you're asking questions on here, the best way to do it is post questions like this. Here's the code I have. You have to provide the code you're having. You have to provide what you're expecting it to do, and then what it actually does, and then see if we can help you out. So you can't just post things saying, I don't know. I need help. So I need you to ask a more specific question. I think your question is, why doesn't this work? And the answer we need to look at is, it's saying that there's an invalid token. It looks like you have an extra semicolon somewhere, line 21. Line 21, add force. So public add force, it's saying that add force is not a variable type. So notice all of these have 3 things on them. They have the public, they have the variable type, and then the variable name. So I think you're trying to do something like a public float add force. What is the type of add force? So this is telling you that you don't have a type associated with it. You just either have a variable name or a variable type. I hope that's helpful. But in general, you should try and phrase your help questions as a question. But I'm happy to try and help you if they are. And I hope that was helpful. Give it a shot. Let me know if that helps. And then screenshots of code are hard to work with. Try and post actual chunks of code. That's more helpful. All right. I hope that was helpful, Ben the Rat. I hope that was helpful. And for giving that a shot, Ben the Rat. Ben the Rat, for giving it a shot. 50 points to you, my friend, for contributing to our little community here. Okay, so we got this sort of minor refactor coming together. I would like for this. Okay, so our UXML. The children should sort of know how to turn themselves into XML. So the main idea with our scriptable tree, a skill tree has an element, it has two containers in edges and containers. So if we were to go look at our Paladin skill tree, you'll notice it has 2 internal components. It has these edges. These are the lines that go between stuff. So in a graph, the lines are called edges. And then we have our nodes, and these are the actual skills. So there's 2 containers inside of it, edges and nodes. All right. And so what I would like to do is create a subclass that knows how to generate the XML elements specifically for the children nodes. So something we might consider doing, so I have this skill tree generator here, the skill tree generator. And it loops through each of those and it generates them. But what if I change information? Eventually I want to be able to get that information back. So I think I want to create, in our skill tree generator, I want to create one more subclass of this called a skill node generator. And this is going to be responsible for generating the nodes. I think I'm going to have a skill node generator and a skill edge generator. Although the node generator might have the edge generator in it. I'm not 100% sure yet. But this code is just, in my mind, this code is hard to read and hard to understand at a high level. So I'd like to break it down in that regard. So I'd like to take this chunk, pull it out and put this into a skill node generator. So we're gonna still this type here. And we're gonna call this our skill node generator. And it doesn't, what is the type that we get back from this? This type here, these nodes have this type here. iSkill node, this is the type that it knows how to generate into. So we're gonna see if we can do this. See if we can get Unity to compile that for us. Really, it's getting .NET to compile it, but being accessed via Unity. Unity's invoking it for us here. It's gonna tell me that I have to implement this interface like this. We're at the 75-minute mark, folks. That's wild. I can't believe how much time we've already been going here. We have made some progress though. So the idea though is this. So once I have this finished, I should be able to instead say, I create a Christoph coffee break soon. We're gonna see if we can get this little chunk done. I want to see if I can write my skill node generator first and then go on break, right? So I do think I want that generator. There we go. Art, just in time. Beep boop. I think you missed an A in generator. No, I didn't. It's a generator. It's a generator. You've never heard of a generator, Art? It's like a generator, but it takes fewer characters to write. It's just another pronunciation. It's like Gantlet. This is just another. This is an old spelling of generator. It's an old spelling of generator without the U. It's generator. Right? No, I'm sorry. I hope that's all in good fun. I hope you're not too upset by that. Okay. Here we go. So we got our skill node. Thank you for catching it. Art, for catching my mistake. Thank you so much for catching my mistake. 50 points to you, my friend. I appreciate it. So the idea is this chunk of code here, I'm hoping we can toss that in here like this. And this will eventually return our skill node. Return skill node like this. We don't actually append the node. This needs to have, okay, so this should become this. No, it should become to convert. To convert. Visual elements is our like parent type, so it's gonna be a UXML. Yeah. So this isn't our generator here. We want to pull that out. This visual element chunk. We're gonna move that up here. This is just gonna be a getter like this. Lance says, so I was thinking about wizards and such in our various fantasy, and when are they writing things down in their book? Do they use spell check? When they write things down, do they use spell check? No, that's how you end up with some horrible misfires. That's a hilarious thought. Maybe they have that's a good pun. They got the spell check, right? They cast the check spelling on it. I love it. So that's a good, thanks Dad. That's a good dad joke. I like that a lot. So this is gonna be UI.visualElement. I feel like we should have. Is there a new XML element? Do I actually need this thing? Is there no constructor like this? Does not contain a constructor. So we do need a document type. What's interesting is I just need something like this to create elements, but I shouldn't have, well, let's do a thing real quick. I'm gonna toss this in here. This feels excessive to need every time. I almost want a static UXML. Let me put that up here actually. We're gonna put this in our generator. We're gonna have a static, public static XML document. XML, maybe I'll call it UXML doc. XML, do XML like that. Ben the rest said done. I sent it again and I explained what I want to do and the error it gives me. Cool. We'll take a look at that. Public static read only. Wonder if I can do this. All right, so this would now be, I don't need you. This becomes UXML. This becomes UXML.xml. Let's change this to document. Can I do, all right, public static XML element create element. This would be a XML dot create element. And what are the arguments I pass in here? The arguments I pass in. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this a. I'm hopping around quite a bit. Excellent. Eliminated XML element. Yes. Eliminated. This is gonna be visual element. Create visual element. Create element like that. Okay. This is what I want. I don't want to have to repeat that. So it's going to be create visual element. And then down here, we should be able to do that create visual element. Okay, so this is an interesting refactor. Christoph has a question with add points. Have you ever encountered user not found when trying to add points to someone? I've typed the wrong name before. So here's the thing. If I do add points here, add points, 50 to not a real user. It just adds them, add points, usage, add points 50, not a real user. So this would be the error I think you would get. It'd say that this user doesn't exist. Let me try with another thing, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah, so it looks like that so if you don't have the user, it just doesn't go through that way. Good question, Chris. I'm not sure. May 1996, Dustin says, was when they codified the misspelling of referrer for the HTTP header field. So misspellings in code is tradition. Yeah, it's as is tradition. As is tradition. Correct. Correct. I want to move this into our skill node generator. Our skill node generator is going to have this thing here. This background type. Like this, I need to do something about this as well. This should be transparent background and absolute position. We're gonna move this up into our, again, UXML generator. These are gonna be static strings. This is gonna be transparent background. And this is gonna be, make that read only. Absolute position. Okay. So we kind of want to reuse those over and over. So this becomes UXML dot transparent background, UXML dot absolute position. All right, and now this should become our UXML.create visual element. I don't need this anymore. This should, oh, this is interesting. What did I do? Is that correct still? Yes, this is still visual element. UXML.create visual element. Oh, this is like a top level element. Oh, that's interesting. I need to, this is the visual element. Okay, so there is a UXML.create visual element. This should be this should be something called create document up here. I know I'm jumping around a lot. If things get crazy, just let me know. I know I'm hopping around my code. My brain happens to move a little bit faster than my fingers do when I get into refactoring something. So if you need me to slow down, you have any questions, let me know. Create UXML document. This one is sort of like the top level component. Yeah, okay, so this is making sense to me now, making some sense. Christoph says, is there a remove points command? There's an edit points, I don't know, you could look at commands. There's a list of the commands there. There might be a remove points. I know that you can transfer points, so people can transfer points between each other. All right, so this refactor, I don't like this here. This actually is interesting. Create, this should be uxml.create uxml document, but this should eventually be removed. The thing we actually want to return, this should almost be a create a visual element that's like the skill tree node. Okay, so now hang on. Got it. This becomes uxml.transparent background. This is uxml.absolute position. This is uxml.create visual element. Transparent background. And this is uxml.absolute position. And I could potentially import those. Okay, this is feeling better. All right, so for our nodes then, we need to get a skill node generator. So I'm going to create one skill node generator equals new skill node generator, like that. And this really, I could use the interface type here. The idea would be generator dot to UXML element node. And then we just add this. This would be l.append child. No, container. Container.append child. Like that. Okay. And then I'll put this back in for now. We're gonna have to have an edge generator as well. But we should be able to get rid of this chunk here. The line node, create element, line element. Okay, so this should be in our UXML. We need a line element one as well. So if we come in here and we're rebuilding these later, this should look like that. Create line element. There we go. That one's still happy. This becomes uxml.create line element. And then we add those. This should be uxml.transparent background, uxml.absolute position. So part of me feels like our little thing should, the line nodes and stuff should have this as part of it, up in the, yeah. So create line element needs to have a start. I'll do this and I'm gonna fix this later. We gotta go on break. Let's see, does it compile? Will it build, folks? We're gonna find out if it'll build. Then we gotta get some more coffee. Then we gotta do some stretching. Looks like we have an error. No errors, awesome. Let's see if it still produces a ranger. Do we have any runtime complaints? Okay, that refactor's going all right so far. It's going all right. Why can't I move you? Let me move you. Let me move you. There we go. Okay, so it's still building that in a way that seems reasonable. The refactor's coming together. All right, we do have to take a break here, folks. When we come back, we're gonna get into some stretching. We're gonna take care of ourselves. So get your mom on the phone, get grandma on the phone, get your Uncle Susie, get your Aunt Bobby, get them both, get them in the room. We're gonna do some stretching when we get back. It's that building and stretching. Yeah, we're growing and coding and building and stretching and taking care of our bodies. When I come back, when we get back here, we're gonna do some stretches. Before I come back though, do you guys, while I'm gone, you guys got to check out today. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter R. R is for Revere, everybody. Revere is making a space trekking game, Unforgiven Space. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. While I'm gone, folks, hit that little heart, give him some love, get yourself a little break as well, get yourself a little coffee. Red Cabin Game says, good reminder. Red Captain Gain, so nice to see you, my friend. So happy to have you here. But I'll be back, folks. I'll be back. I gotta go get. There is not a remove point, so I'll have to suggest that to Stream Elements. Gotcha. And to take care of ourselves, folks, but I gotta get some coffee. I shall return. Hang tight, grab your bear with me. All right, folks, we are back. The captain's back. So happy to have you here. I'm sorry I kept you hanging. I hope your fingers don't hurt too much from hanging on, but you can let go because the captain's back. But make sure you're on the ground before you let go. I don't want anyone to fall and hurt themselves. I'm sorry if I said let go too soon. Oh, are you okay back there? All right, folks, we're gonna take care of ourselves.
Back. Pay attention.
So you got to pay attention here, folks. Get on up with me. If you're like me, you're a coding troll. Maybe you're not a coding troll. Maybe you're a bridge troll. Maybe you're a cave troll. Maybe you're a video game troll. But if you're like me, you're hunched over on your computer all day, hurting your back. You got to get on up. You got to take care of yourself. You got to get that blood flowing. So get on up with me. Get your dog in the room. Get your goldfish. You know, we're all going to take care of ourselves. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you gotta love your body, and if you love your body, you gotta take care of it. So get on up with me. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. We're gonna do some stretches. Get on up. First one, we're gonna stretch out this forearm muscle here and here. Take that hand, arm straight, not locked. Don't lock the elbow because you don't want to cut off the blood flow. Arm straight, grab those fingertips. You're just gonna gently pull on back until you get a little bit of tension here. Oh yeah. A little bit of tension there. We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds. We're gonna hold it for 20 seconds. This is gonna help. If you have any pain, it shouldn't hurt. Shouldn't hurt in the wrist, shouldn't hurt in the forearm. If you have any pain, let go right away. You don't wanna hurt yourself. But we're gonna stretch this out. This is gonna help prevent those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries that can occur from typing all day, from having that, death grip on your controller. We gotta take care of ourselves. We gotta love ourselves, folks. All right, roll that wrist out. We're gonna go the opposite direction now. Fingers down, grab those fingertips and pull down and toward yourself a little bit. Again, no pain in the wrist. Once you get a little bit of tension on the top, just hold it there. Hold it. Oh, we're gonna hold this 25 seconds. 25 seconds, get that nice stretching. I love this stretch. This stretch is just so good for me. I hope it's good for you too. If you're not doing this stretch, that's okay. Maybe you're stretching something out. Maybe just getting up. Maybe you're doing some jumping jacks. Just getting that blood flowing. Make sure that blood doesn't pool in your buttocks, in your feetix. Make sure that it stays nice and fresh. Get that blood gushing in and out of that heart muscle, folks, and taking care of yourselves. All right, roll that wrist out. We're gonna switch hands now. Roll it out, switch hands. I'm on my right hand, maybe you're on your left hand. Take those fingertips, pull them back gently to get a little bit of tension. No pain, folks. Just a nice little stretch there, a little bit of tension. Oh yeah. Arm straight, try not to lock that elbow. Gotta keep that blood flowing. Keep that blood flowing, folks. Ooh, it feels good. I love this stretch. Gonna hold this for another 15 seconds. Then we're gonna go the opposite direction. You know what's coming. You know what's coming, folks. 5 more seconds here. 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll it out a little bit. Go the other direction. Taking care of ourselves. And just hold this. If it hurts in the wrist, you don't want it to hurt in the wrist. You don't want to do damage to yourself. You should have tension across the top of the arm there, not in the wrist, not in the forearm, on the top part of the arm there. If you don't feel it there, don't hurt yourself. All right, we're gonna hold this 10 more seconds. Oh yeah. I love that stretch. This stretch is great. It's so good. It feels lovely, folks. I hope it feels lovely for you. Go ahead and roll it out. Roll it out. We're gonna go and do a nice big stretch upward, taking a deep breath. Breathe normally. Reach on up, get up on those tippy tops, reach up as high as you can, just hold it, stretch on up, get that whole body stretched out, engage the core. If you need to engage the core so you don't fall over, that's a good idea. If you need to stretch, put those legs shoulder width apart, those feet, not legs, feet shoulder width apart, feel free to do sort of hold that balance. We're just gonna hold it here. Breathing in and out normally. Hold it for 5 more seconds. We're gonna take in a deep breath, and then as we exhale, we're gonna roll down and hinge at the waist. Deep breath. And exhale, roll on down. You're gonna hinge at your hips. Hinge at the hips and just hang, folks. Go and just hang there. We're gonna hang for 20 seconds. Don't lock the knees. You don't want to lock the knees and cut off that blood flow and faint. You're just gonna hang here. Oh yeah, if you can touch your toes, awesome. If you can't touch your toes, not a big deal. Not a big deal. You should feel this in your glutes and in your lower back. Glutes and lower back. That's what we're stretching out here. Don't try and arch the back down to touch the floor. Instead, you're just hinging at the waist, hinging at the hips. All right, we're gonna breathe in for 4, and as we do, come up slowly. And then you're gonna roll those shoulders up, back and down, and then do shoulder rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arms. Arcane water. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. Nice to see you. 2, 3, 4 with the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. Go ahead and shake it out a bit. Shake it out. We're gonna hop back into coding. Thank you for taking care of yourself. Thank you for loving yourself, for joining me in that stretch. All of you are gonna get 50 points. Thank you so much for being here to enjoy that stretch with me. We're gonna hop back into our code now. We gotta take care of ourselves. Arcane Water, so nice to see you on this beautiful Saturday. How the heck are you on this good morning, good afternoon, good evening? Wherever you happen to be. Arcane says, any plans for something voxel related series in the future? Currently, no one has that seems like a fun idea. No one has suggested that. No one has suggested that. So over on the Discord, we have a Discord, Arcane. You're welcome to join. No pressure. Oh, Discord, I gotta spell it right though. Welcome to join if you'd like to. We can get most of the projects. We're trying to do a new project every week, every 2 weeks sometimes, but feel free to suggest a voxel-based project. That sounds like a really cool idea. Art says, that was hard, not making some choice remarks about grasping your joystick too hard. Interesting. All right. We got some good, I feel like I missed some context there, Art. Was that meant for, did I say something about grasping a joystick? I don't know, but we're gonna hop back in here either way. But yeah, Arcane on the Discord, feel free to suggest a voxel-based project. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a fun idea, implementing some sort of voxel space thing. Refer to Christoph's last comment. Gotcha, I missed Christoph's last comment. Chris said, if I may ask, how does the break timer work? Oh, good question. Reset break. Thank you for the reminder, Christoph. Thank you for the reminder. So every minute it increases by 1. Every minute increases by 1 minute. So that much makes sense. At 75 minutes, it starts telling me that it's been 75 minutes, and every 15 minutes after that, it'll tell me, hey, we need to take a break. So that's essentially how it works. I also have it set up so when the stream starts, it automatically resets back to 0. Yeah, so good question. We had a question. It looked like maybe some people in the stream had helped out with it over on Ask for Help. Ben the Rat, did you get the help you needed? It looks like Dramulx and Art were helping you out. Did those response make sense? Dramulx, for your help, thank you so much. 50 points to you. And Art, thank you for helping out. 50 points for you for helping out the crew. We're here to learn and code and grow together, folks. And one way you can do it is asking for help, helping people out. I appreciate it. Chris, that's anything I could implement somewhere else for a very similar use. Also, thanks for bringing down anything I could implement somewhere else for a very similar use. I don't understand the question, Christoph. What do you mean? Art says you only mentioned controllers, but my mind works in Saturnalian ways. And being an old man, I still own joysticks. I have joysticks. I have joypads. I have joysticks. I have roller balls. I have all the kit. Art, I was thinking something that might be fun to do for your game. I kind of want to turn it into an arcade machine. So I have all these components to make an arcade game. Arcade machine. So I have all the components to build like controllers. I was thinking, remember I was talking about like mapping things? I was kind of going, oh, maybe I could set one of these up to play Art's game, and then I wouldn't have to deal with my carpal tunnel. So I have all the components to build arcade machines here with little microcontrollers and stuff. That could be really, really cool. It's been a long time since you heard the joypad. Yeah, joypad. Gamepad, joypad. I don't know. It's a launch pad. It's a generalized term. Okay, but we're gonna hop back in here. I was making it so one thing I was noticing is I have these sort of default things. It says, will you make a stream about making an arcade game? So one of the things I want to do is next year at my school, so I work at a remote school. The school I work for is remote based. I want to create a class where students build an arcade machine. Okay, so that's a project I want to do this summer. Is what are the components it takes to build an arcade machine that runs on a Raspberry Pi using the arcade machine emulator? So what is it? Arcade emulator? I forget what it's called. MAME emulator. Or MAME emulator, M-A-M-E. So I have this idea of, okay, what is the cost? So I have like a budget so can I get the cost low enough that I can send out the supplies for students to have everything they need to build an arcade cabinet, following like a tutorial video series that I do and have a class on it. So I want to do that. MAME is cool, used for years. Yeah, so I've done this a couple times where I've built like a retro Pi for video gaming, but I want to do an arcade cabinet. So I have all these supplies here. I think you could get everything you need to build an arcade cabinet for about 75 USD, $75. And then maybe the Raspberry Pi on top of that might be a little bit more. I think you could do it though for about $75. And so I want to see this summer about creating a series about that. Absolutely. Christoph says, I'm working on the Westery stream, putting it in place something similar for how many minutes it's been since Maya the puppy has had a treat. Gotcha, very cool. I'm using Firebot to do it. So Firebot's the tool I'm using it. Art says, man, you are a dedicated teacher. I had one just like you for art classes in high school. He was awesome too. Created a video editing studio, taught us Renaissance era paint making techniques. That sounds awesome. That sounds super awesome. But yeah, I want to do a class where students get to build an arcade games. Shiny Games, welcome to the chat today. We got Shiny Games in the stream here on a Saturday night. Everybody, Shiny Games is a fabulous indie game developer working on the ultimate 2D space shooter, Escape Space. You can wishlist it on Steam. Go check out that stream. Check out what Shiny is doing. Christos, can you repeat what you're using for it? Yeah, so I'm a little scared to show the internals of Firebot. I don't think there's any secrets in here. So let me see if I can just show you the way it works. All right, so here's Firebot. Hopefully I don't, cause anything horrible to happen here. But basically there's just this break timer. So on Firebot you can say time-based, and our break timer, it says every 60 seconds, increase the break timer by 1. And then there's conditional effects that says if the break timer is 60, and then we do modules every 15 minutes after 60 minutes, show one of these random chat messages. So it's like this drag and drop customization tool for your chat bot. So that's how I'm doing it. I hope that is helpful. But yeah, Firebot is the tool I'm using to do that. Super powerful tool, super useful tool. But yeah, so Firebot, check it out. Really, I've loved Firebot. It's what I use for, all of these things. So like all of my stream commands. Boop, beep, Shiny, that's right. Red Cabin Games, folks. Shiny says, yes, check out what I'm doing, guys. I don't even know what I do most of the time, but it's so fun. It's so fun. We're doing beautiful, Shiny. I'm doing beautiful. It's so nice to have you here. Also, I need to give Red Cabin Games, I'm sorry, I forgot to give you a shout out. Red Cabin Games. I gotta wait 9 more seconds, Red Cabin Games. Can you hang on 9 seconds? Hang on 9 seconds. 9 seconds, Red Cabin Games. I hope that's not too long. Please hold. I need to get a Red Cabin Games command. I don't have that yet. Red Cabin Games. Red Cabin Games. Red Cabin Games. No, all right, folks. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers, this is your captain speaking. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important guest here today in our presence. Red Cabin Games, folks. Give Red Cabin Games some love. Click the little heart. Don't break his heart. Fantastically fun streamer over there. We got Red. Where's our Red Cabin Games? Red. Look at that face. Look at these emotes you could get. Red Cab. Red Cab. Red Cab. Look at those emotes. Look at those emotes. Look at them go. Look at them go. You can get those emotes over there if you hang out at Red Cabin Games, folks. Red Cabin, if you have any links you'd like to share, do not hesitate to do so. Also a Unity developer, also a wonderful Unity developer. Feel free to share any links you'd like to in the chat. Ark says, if you do break his heart, remember you can unbreak his heart. That's right, if you break his heart, you can unbreak it by clicking it one more time. But thanks for popping in, Red Cabin Games. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. One thing I was noting was, this should be sort of like, rather than create visual, you'll notice that this code is sort of copied twice. We have this chunk and this chunk. I'm gonna create a new method here, public static XML element, create container, and it's gonna take in a name like this. All right, and so the idea is that rather than having this code twice, we're gonna be able to just steal this and abstract that out like this. Where was it? Create skill tree generator. It's gonna be a visual element like that. Visual element like that. We create a container, we set those things, and we're gonna return container like this. Name becomes name like this. Turns out there's some restrictions on this name that we need to be careful about, which is a little bit annoying. We might also make it so that our visual element, let's make this so this takes in a name, actually, string name. This makes more sense to me. We'll do XML elements, L, return L. Let's rename this to be visual element. Let's import this. Why can't I import? Oh, it's XML with a lowercase ml, foolish. And then we're gonna pass in the name here. This is gonna be the name. And then we just add that attribute now. Oh, hang on, I can't just do that. I gotta put it here, like this. This will be our visual element name, because we're adding that name later anyway. So we're just trying to simplify. Every method is doing less. Every method is doing less, making it easier to follow along and understand and abstract these things. So now in our skill tree generator, we just say dot create container, and this container is gonna be this is our nodes, and this one becomes create container edges, like this. Okay. All right, so we're slowly refactoring this in this way. Art says, well, this is just delightful, but I do also want to take a stroll. Enjoy the outside, my friend Art. Enjoy the outdoors. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Be the best you can be. And as always, Art, you are welcome back anytime. Also, I missed it, but we got Arcane Water following me. Welcome to the crew, Arcane Water. I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Yeah, Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome aboard, Arcane Water. Arcane Water, thank you. Arcane Water, I'm so sorry. That song was terrible, folks. I'm so sorry for having to suffer such a terrible song. 50 points to all of you. And Arcane Water, I'm so sorry that song wasn't better. I'm gonna give you an extra 100 points. Arcane Water, extra 100 points for having to suffer through that, and you didn't get the best anthem. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but thank you for following, my friend. As you probably already know, Captain Coder is me. Me as Captain Coder, and I'm a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. This stream is dedicated to creating a community where we can learn and code and grow together. Every week we try and do a new project here. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes we work on the same project 2 weeks. One time we worked on the same project for 3 weeks. That said, if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love your questions. Just keep them family friendly. This is a family friendly stream. I know we're on Twitch, but we can be family friendly on Twitch. That said, Backseat coding is also encouraged. If you have something you'd like to backseat code, if you have something you'd like to say, if you see something, say something. Let me know. I can't promise I will always take your suggestions, but I will do my best to do it. So I like taking suggestions and doing what I can to do. That coffee's good. All right, so now we have a create line element. This feels like it should be inside of our subcomponent here. So I'm gonna take this code and I'm gonna put it into the generate XML for our skill node generator. My goal is to put, oh, hang on, we got compilation errors. Let's see if we can fix those first. And that's because we did the following. We did the following here. Yeah, so like this. One thing you'll notice, I think we need to make like a clean name thing. I'm not sure if I'm doing this in multiple places or not. What did I lose here? Yeah, we don't need that. Our create visual element now sets the name. Is that the only compilation error we had? Let's double check. Will it build? We gotta find out. Sometimes it builds, sometimes it doesn't build, and sometimes it builds well, and sometimes it doesn't build well. But if we wait long enough, Unity will build it for us. And there we go, it built. It built, folks. Okay, so 2XML element. One thing I wanted to do was push this for each loop. You know, I often talk about, I'm a never nester. I don't like nesting. You know, there's a quote Linus Torvald says, I'm paraphrasing here, but the quote is essentially, your code should never have more than 3 nestings in it. We're only at 2 so far, but if your code has more than 3 nestings, it's probably broken, and you should probably fix your code. So I am what I like to call a never nester, and so I do my best to never nest. And if I can get away, in a lot of cases, so like right here, look, check it out. I don't need to nest. I don't need to nest here. This becomes to convert. And so I'm pushing that nesting down. Push it down, push it down, push it down inside. Lance says 6 minutes to go home time. That's exciting, Lance. That's very, very exciting. Oh, we need to know what container to put these in. That's interesting. That's interesting. Ooh, that's really interesting. Maybe I need to pass. So this is telling me that 2XML element, we sort of need to know where to put the edges that we get here. White Grave, that's right. As my favorite STEM game show, Will It Build? Yes, that's my favorite STEM game show as well. Will it build, folks? Will it build? Will it blend? Will it work? Lance, that's exciting though. I'm glad you're almost off. Thank you so much for spending that time here with us. White Grave, so nice to see you again. How are you on this beautiful, beautiful day? This is interesting, the edges here. This almost tells me that the edges should be in the child element rather than in the parent element. I wonder if we can get away with that. I'm gonna try, let's see if this looks super weird doing this. Let's see if this looks super weird doing this in our child. So our skill node should have outgoing edges on it. That almost makes sense for the child to have them. Ooh, let's see what this looks like in our child here. I do want to abstract this a little bit. This create line should take in all of these things. You'll also notice I have this happening like multiple times. And so I feel like that we need to like have a skill name method. Let's do that real quick. Private string. This is going to be called sanitize skill name, and it's going to take in a what is the type of this? This is a skill, iSkill. It's just an iSkill, or is it an iSkill node? It might just be an iSkill. To sanitize. I don't know if this will work here. Let's try this. Is this the correct type? Okay, it liked it. To convert.skill. So in this case, we do sanitize skill name. And this would be child. Oh, hang on. Let's go back to convert. So this is going to be the sanitize to convert dot skill, and this would be sanitized skill name child dot skill. So we might change how we sanitize it. That's why I want to have this method here, and then this is up here for our sanitize this name as well. Okay. Chris says, now for the process of installing Firebot on Ubuntu. I haven't done that, but I feel like it was really easy to download and install. I don't even know if there was an installation. I think it might have just been a download. We shouldn't have to set this name now. So create our line element. I'm gonna have this take in a name. All right, so this is gonna be a return. It's gonna be our XML element, line element, return a line element like this. And then we set the properties. So I want to take all of these things and push them down into this generation method here. I want to push them in, push them on down. This is our line element, like that. The name portion, so this should be string name, is going to be coming from our... Okay, so we can just pass the name here like that. I was thinking it's not a visual element. Yeah. Christoph said it's not simple because you need to download a tar, extract it, navigate to the new directory, make it runnable as an app, and then run. Fascinating. That's really interesting. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I'm surprised they don't have a pre-built one. Firebot. I'm curious. All-in-one Twitch bot. Download. There's no download for you for Linux. This one specifically they only have a Windows one. Let me ask that question. They only have a Windows one. I would let just ship version here. Release Firebot. So this is the Linux version. Yeah. So you get the Linux version. I'm surprised that it doesn't come. That's fine. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. I hope it's not that big of a deal. I hope you're getting through it. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. Create line element. So this should actually take in our iSkill parent and our iSkill child. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a line element that goes between those two things. All right, and our parent is our to convert, and the child here, dot skill. Dot skill. I don't know if we can do the iSkill or if we need it to be the whole node. Here we're gonna find out iSkill and our name. Can I undo what I had here real quick? I'm gonna need this. But the idea is we do our toConvert.skill and then our child.skill, and we should be able to still this, and hopefully. Paste that in here. Let's do multi-line here. This should be line element. Sanitize skill name. Oh, that's in our subclass. Yeah. So this skill name thing, skill node generator. Can we make this a public static? This doesn't make that much sense here. Maybe this should be on our UXML tool here. All right, so if we put it here, this becomes parent. This becomes child. This becomes parent. Oh, this is actually just the sanitized name again. Okay, so this would be string parent name, sanitized skill name parent, string child name equals sanitized skill name child. And then we end up with parent name parent name and child name. Child name. That, and then our start element is just our parent name, and our end element is just the child name, and then the style is transparent and absolute. Okay, so we sort of push that down into there, and then our skill node generator. This is our UXML dot sanitize name. Set attribute. This one's tricky. That one seems maybe like okay there. And now look how simple that generation for that node is. We say, okay, well, we create the node and we add all the children edges. All right, will it build? And then does the UXML generation still work? That's a good question to ask as well. We don't have any compilation errors. So my question is, does this make sense in here? All right, so let's regenerate our Ranger skill tree. No runtime issues. We end up with these nodes, our hero here, our edges. See, I was worried this would be awkward to move around. Corfless, welcome back, my friend. How was your lurk? Oh yeah, that's a little, so our edges do need to be sort of in the parent container because that's right. So these edges, that's so funny looking. Lay hands here. These edges are relative to their parent container, so they do need to be in the parent container. So that's fascinating. Corfless, I'm so happy you're back, my friend. Corfless says, was having another time of another problem solving. Interesting. I don't understand that, but that's okay. Look, Captain Coder's a simpleton. I'm a ton of simple folks. I don't have a lot more in my mind than code. Dramel's like to say I'm a code-a-ton. I got a ton of code in there. Not much else though. So I'm having a little trouble understanding that. That's okay. I trust it was good. Trust it was an okay. Was having another time of another problem solving. Interesting. Okay. So we've sort of pushed all of this stuff down in there. The edges are interesting here because we end up with our two XML elements. The skill node generator we're not going to be able to get a single XML element back because we end up with these edges as well. So part of me is thinking we might, so this needs to go somewhere else. It does need to happen for all of these things, but we need to have so I'm thinking the constructor for our skill node generator needs to be aware of the parent component we are in, so like where we're supposed to put stuff. Of course, as you know, simplicity is good. Often keep simplifying is a good way to approach things. Yeah, managing complexity is super important when you're programming because it's so easy to write very, very complex software, very, very complex code that's hard to follow. So one of my major, you'll hear me say this over and over, and something I always tell my students is, as a programmer, as a developer, one of your main, priorities should be managing the complexity of your program. How do you manage that complexity? It's a challenge. It's a challenge to do it. And so you often want to say, okay, well, how do I keep this simple? And we've gone and we've done this nice refactor. So our skill tree generator now is nice and simple. But I'm thinking that we actually need to have an edge container. So when we generate skill nodes, they need to have a place to put their edges, and those edges all need to be sort of put into the same spot. Corpus refactoring is like giving your mind a massage. Yeah, it's like a code massage. I like that. I often call it like I'm massaging the code. I often say I'm massaging the code. So I actually think that I'm gonna create a constructor here for our skill node generator, which is going to specifically have our XML element edge container. So this is going to be where we put all of our edges. Not that I want to be edgy or anything like that. I try not to be edgy. It's going to be our edge container. All right, so this is going to be our read-only I don't think we can do required in this version. Yeah, we can't do, maybe we can. Edge container equals edge container. I don't think we can have required, not available in C# 9, okay. But this is just gonna sort of, our constructor is gonna save our edge container like this. And then down here, we don't create this. Instead, this becomes our edge, because all the edges need to go in one spot. Sailboat Stoat, thank you for following me today. Sailboat Stoat, I would like to thank you for the follow. Thanks for following me. I'd like to welcome you today. Sailboat Stoat, I welcome you to the crew. Sailboat Stoat, welcome to the academy. Sailboat Stoat, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. It's a beautiful Saturday for me. Any day I get to wake up and start coding and hanging out with my crew is a beautiful day. I'm so glad you're here. How the heck are you, Sailboat? How are you? Okay, here we go. If you don't know, just so you know, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. We are here learning to code, growing as a crew. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, they don't have to be programming related, do not hesitate to ask. I love your questions. That's why I'm here. That is why I'm here. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. Every week here, we try and do a new project. Doesn't always happen. Sometimes we get stuck for more than a week. But if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, don't hesitate to ask. And backseat coding, please, please, please contribute as much as you want, as much or as little as you'd like to. That's why we're here. We're here to learn and code and grow together, my friend. Coffee is good. That coffee is good. Okay. So we are here. Sailboat says, I wasn't ready for the song. Well, you know, I just want to make you feel welcome. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly too, please let me know. Is it okay if I call you Sailboat? Sailboat Stoat. I don't know, Stoat. What is this? I don't know what a Stoat is. But welcome. Welcome, my friend. So happy to have you here. Stoat rhymes with boat. Stoat, sailboat, stoat. Gotcha. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. It's a type of weasel. It's a weasel. What a fun word, weasel. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so now our edge container here. We have to create a container for our edges. This is our edges. Like this. This is our edges. And now when we construct this, we'd say, okay, well, our generator, when it makes edges, it should put them here. So let's make sure that this works for us. Okay, so we're trying to make so if you're not familiar with the project we're working on, we're trying to make a skill tree generator. So for this game, for a game project idea. Well, this is actually something someone suggested. So on the Discord, someone suggested the project. We have suggested projects. Someone suggested doing a skill tree system. I thought this was a great idea. So we're seeing if we can build a reusable skill tree system that could be dropped into a variety of games for creating a UI for it. So we have a data structure here for defining a skill tree. So you have like your root skill, and then each of your skills have edges. So the hero skill unlocks the divine sense, hero unlocks spell casting, etc., etc., etc. And then can we use that to generate a UI? So if I click this generate XML checkbox, I get this down here, and it generates, oh, that's interesting. There's a bug here, and it generates this. It put these together. There's supposed to be lines between these, like that. Corefless is lore of core in Corefless, Latin of heart. Sometimes online friends call me Core to short my name, kind of like it. I can call you Core. I call you Core sometimes. Corefless. Core is Latin for heart. What is fliss? What does fliss mean? Core. I like that. We gotta append edges here. That's what we missed. All right, so We have our container like this. Actually, so this shouldn't be a UXML document. This should be a container. Create container. This one should be called a skill tree. Like this should be our skill tree, and maybe it should have this. The names shouldn't have spaces in them, so that's a little thing that I've been doing somewhat incorrectly. Return it that way, and then in our actual generation, we should create a parent element in our this here. Create UXML string. This should probably make a parent element and add all of the components into it. To UXML, maybe rename this to UXML document string, doc string. I'm gonna rename it that way so that we can. All right, so we have a UXML. This should be UXML. UXML dot create. UXML document, okay, and this is UXML.UI. Hang on. This is UXML.create UXML document. So this is going to be our XML element doc, and the idea is we generate this element, and we do doc.add child element. This is and then we do our document here like that. I think that's what we want, because that way you could have the subcomponents. You could have like multiple skill trees in the same UXML document. That's the idea I'm thinking here. Let's make sure that this still works with a refactor here. Let's see if our edges come back. This is our paladin skill tree. This is our ranger tree here. All right, so we have a skill tree with nodes and edges. I like that. So our nodes, if we drag our nodes around, our edges need to be first. The order is important, so our edges need to come first so they appear underneath. So a little thing there. In our skill tree generator, we want our edges to be above the container so they appear underneath. Okay, so this is I really like how simple our skill tree generator is that it creates a skill tree container. We create two sub containers, one for edges, one for nodes, and then we loop through all of the nodes in our tree and we just add those as children to our parent here, to that node container. So we'll call this nodes like that. Okay, I'm really happy. Is this it? Are we done with this refactor? I think we did it. I think this is the refactor on. The nice thing now is that eventually I'm planning to replace this visual element with like an actual interactable skill node. And that's why we want it this way. Christoph says, do you know if Firebot has a web admin panel? Won't matter to me, but will the rest of her mod team, if anyone wants to manage it? No, so Firebot runs locally on your system. So I don't know if there's a way to expose that externally. I'm not sure. You probably, yeah. So as far as I know, it doesn't. So one of the things about it is it specifically runs on your computer. That's one of the whole points of Firebot, is that you're not dependent on some external service. So if Stream Elements goes down, my Stream Elements bot goes away. Firebot doesn't go down because it's running locally. That said, it is scriptable. I don't think it would be insanely hard to write a web interface. So it's locally hosted. That's a big point of it. That's one of the things I like about it, is what I should say. Okay, so we have this refactoring. I think we just finished our first item here. Implement UXML generators for each type. We did it. We did that refactor, folks, and you were here to see it. All of you beautiful people were here to see this refactor. Thank you so much for being here to witness this, for being here to witness it. All of you are gonna get 50 points. 50 points for being here to witness this UXML generators refactor. We are here, that's right. So we're gonna go ahead and commit these changes. I'm really happy with the results here. So this is gonna be a feat implement skill node generator. Fantastic. Fantastic. Corfless, welcome back to lurk mode. Enjoy Hi-Fi Rush, my friend. That sounds absolutely fun. That sounds like a blast. Okay, so we have a skill tree generator now. One thing, maybe we'll do this tomorrow. There's something here that I should have added in. One thing that I want in here, because that explains and excuses the complicated setup. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's, running locally, you have full control over it. You have full control. You're not dependent on an external service. I like that. One thing I haven't quite figured out, the automatic updates I don't like. I don't mind that they have that feature in there, but I'd like to make it so that explicitly, so when it does, it will force me to update when I open it up sometimes. That's a little bit annoying. Okay. The next thing on the list, manually add skill tree name description information. Christoph says the Linux install doesn't have that. Oh, interesting. Ravir, I welcome you to the stream where we are coding. Remember, today's stream is brought to us by the letter R. R is for Revere, it's for Revere. Everybody, R is for Revere. Revere, folks, is a real game developer, developing a real game, not just little components for games. Currently making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space, folks. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. Give him some love. Check out that stream. Some beautiful stuff going on there. He's doing all of the coding, all of the graphic design, all of the beautiful stuff there. Hit that little heart. Give Revere some love. He deserves it. Revere, how are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. It's so nice to see you this morning. Christoph says, I'll try to see if I can find a toggle to update on start for Windows for you. Yeah, that'd be great. I haven't looked super hard, but I have found it slightly annoying, and it's not if it's somewhere, it didn't seem obvious to me. No snow today. Nice. But did you have a snow day on Thursday and Friday? It seemed like you were streaming a lot more the last 2 days, which was awesome. It's nice to catch you. All right, so what am I working on here? Manually add skill tree name and description information. So what I want to be able to do is, so I have this UI generation now. We have the UI generating, but if I add in the UI, what I really want to be able to do, so I could swap this out for my different skill trees here. What I really want in this one, let's regenerate that. So there's when I regenerate, it needs to not break stuff in there. So we're gonna have to add a thing that goes back the other direction here in a moment. Not a moment, but tomorrow probably. Divine Sense is gonna come down here. Lay Hands is gonna go over here. Spell Casting is gonna go down here. So we can sort of build out this UI. Really doesn't take much time. If you build up your skill tree, if you know what the skill tree is gonna be, you can slap all this stuff together. You can swap out these images, hit save. Now we have a UI and we can drop into these areas here to get the different skill trees to show up for us. The thing that I want to do next, I want to make it so if I click on these components, these need to be interactable components that I can click on, and I want to get information back about the associated skill. Revere says, who did your icons? I did them, Revere. Weren't you here on day 3? Where, Revere, what, on day 3, we built these skill nodes. With Leonardo AI, we built these skill nodes. So I did these in Inkscape. I didn't draw these here. They were made with an AI. But we essentially did a mask. I made this diamond and we dropped them in there. So these were made with Leonardo AI, which is fantastic. It does fantastic work. but we put them, we slapped them together. Chris says I might have been there. You might have, maybe not. So we had, yeah, so they're all in Inkscape here, like this. Let me duplicate this so you can see under the hood what's happening. So we generated these. Can I ungroup? Ungroup. And then we unmask, object, clip, release. So we have these and we just mask them in there like that. So I asked, asked Leonardo AI to generate some things, and we just chunk them together to get this here. One thing that would be really nice, I would like to be able to make it so that I can just have this base image and have this diamond and say, okay, apply a mask to it in Unity. That doesn't matter that much. It's not that big of a deal that I can't do that yet. But yeah, I did not draw these. Sorry for that little misleading thing there, but we made them using Leonardo AI. AI assisted art. Grandma says, we built this city on rock and roll. No. We built this skill tree with AI code. We made these skill nodes using Leonardo AI. That's right. So that's how we did it. The lines are vector graphics. Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to make it so I can click on these things. Tim says, now you're making me feel my age. Feel that age. That's okay. It's okay to feel the age. It's okay to feel the age as long as you know that you're young. You're young on the inside. Everybody, you're only as old as you feel. And I hope you don't feel old. I'm not trying to make you feel old. No. You're only as old as you wanna be, right? You're only as old as you wanna be. ITC Studios, Woomy, how are you? Everybody, ITC Studios is an incredibly talented pixel artist making a game. She's currently working on a 2D adventure RPG, 2D action adventure RPG called Anomaly. That little pixel art you saw on the screen, I need to make that last longer, Woomy. It doesn't last long enough. One sec. Can I make it last longer? I don't know if I can make it last longer without a lot of effort. Needs to be there longer. Woomy also made the little intro art to my people aren't here when I start. People are here. We don't have a ton of people here at the start of the stream, but you got to check out the start of the stream. If I switch to it, it like crashes. I can switch from it out, but it doesn't like me switching to it. Hang on, let me get this video. Got to show you this Woomy art, folks. Look at this. Woomy made this for me. This is ITC Studios. Incredible pixel artist, folks. If you want some pixel art done, Woomy's opening up commissions. This is what it looks like at the start of the stream, folks. Start of the stream, we got these dancing coffee mugs. Over here we got bean water. Over here we got dark fuel, bean water, dark fuel. We named those. Look at that compilation. Look, we got these coasters on. These are actually coasters that are on my desk, folks. On my desks, folks. She does it all. Look at that. She got the Super Mario coaster. She got the Metroid coaster. She's got the Super Mario 2 coaster. She's got the Donkey Kong coaster. She does it all, folks. She does it all. That's my keyboard. That's my book. Oh, beautiful art. Woomy's open up commissions next month. So be sure to give her some love. Give her some love, folks. Woomy says the coaster were super fun to do. I'm glad. They came out so good. Oh my goodness. I can't believe how good they came out. It's incredible. All right. So we're going to hop in here. We're hopping back in. Manually skill treat. So what I want to do is I want to make it so if you click on these that you get to interact with them. And so I do need to make them components. Right now they're just visual elements. Woomy asks, how's the skill feed going? It's going awesome, Woomy. If anyone wants to check out the blog, the devlog here, on Thursday we tried to get some UI generation going. Was rough, but we found out that we can do some XML generation. All right, so I just wrote a generator here. I can generate. Let me duplicate this so we don't break it. This is going to be the copy. Do not override. Do not over. We'll just call this Paladin like that. All right. So if I select this skill tree, so I can define my skill tree in my inspector. Then I click generate skill tree. That's gonna make this file here. So I click generate UXML, generates this file, and this file is a file that I can then place where my nodes are. So I can take this file and I can say, okay, I want my hero node to be down here. I want my divine sense to be here. I want my spellcasting node to be here. I want my lay hands node to be here. So I can just redrag where these go. So the idea is I can define a skill tree. So now I got a paladin skill tree. Let's say I want to make a ranger skill tree. Same thing, my ranger skill tree has different sets of abilities. I defined out maybe lay hands. Lay hands goes to spell casting on this one. Who knows? I generate this. I get a new UXML. So now with these nodes, I take my hero node, I put it down here. Lay hands goes over here. And so I have like a slightly different skill tree in this one, right? So the idea is I have a skill tree generator. So I can specify my skill trees. I hit a button and it generates it, and then I can like easily place them. That's the end goal. So we're making progress. One thing that something that needs to get fixed, if I click over here on my ranger skill and I generate this, it overrides the position. So that's something that maybe we'll fix tomorrow. I don't know if that's in the scope of this project. There's a lot to do. We might not actually get that put in on this project. The next thing I'm doing right now, the thing I want to accomplish at this, the most immediate thing, why can't I move you? The most immediate thing I want is making it so that way in my actual UI. All right, so here in my UI document, I can just drop in, oh, this is gonna be my, so now though we can generate these things and we can drop in the skill tree into the UI. So the idea is now we'll have a different skill trees. If you want to, just go into your UI document, get it show up on the screen. I wanna make it so I can click on these things and get information about them, maybe even highlight them, I'm not sure. So the programmatic part of that is a little bit trickier. To do it, I believe I can make a, what do I want to say here? I want to make a custom component that has a mouse listener on it. Okay. So in my UI here, I currently have like a skill node element. This is day 5, yeah, so we're on day 5 here. We got 6 days total, so tomorrow's the last day. We might end up pushing this a little bit into next week, actually. I don't know if we're gonna finish it, but the idea is I want to, instead of having these be just generic elements, I want them to be the skill node type. And this skill node, I think I want this to be like a skill node wrapper or something. Something in here needs to be able to communicate and get information about the underlying skills internally. So I need to figure out how to make it so that I can click on these. All of these things need to sort of come together in an interesting way. All right, so my skill node element, yeah, I don't know how to do this next part. I want to be able to, I kind of know how to do this. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it. Let me say that. I don't know how I'm going to do this next part. But I have some ideas. on how to do it. I need to create a skill node element. These I'm not using anymore. So I'm gonna make a folder called old. Create folder old, and I'm probably going to delete these, but I want them around so I can look at them for reference. Revere's asking, what kind of coffee do you drink? I drink a variety of coffees. The coffee, my favorite coffee is Don Francisco coffee. So currently I'm drinking the cup of coffee I have right now, Don Francisco Cisco vanilla nut coffee. This is the coffee I'm currently drinking today. The vanilla nut coffee. It's delicious. I drink coffee black, no sugar. I don't drink any sugar. Sometimes I'll put a little hint of sweetener. I usually regret putting sweetener. Sometimes I'll put a little and I'm like, maybe I want a little sweetness. No. I like the bitterness. The flavored coffee, vanilla nut, is really quite good if it's black. You just have like a hint of vanilla in there. I like the smell more than anything, I think. I also really like their butterscotch toffee coffee. I'm out of this right now, but I often will drink this. But I love different types of coffees. If anyone wants to recommend coffee to me, here's what I'll say. In the recommendations channel, feel free to recommend some coffee for me. Someone recommended Russian Earl Grey tea, and that was so good. It was Ace. Ace recommended Russian Earl Grey tea. It's so good. I love it. It might be my new favorite tea. I'm not sure. But coffee, recommend me coffees here. Corflish recommended some coffee. It's like I forget what it is. Dead something coffee. It's pretty good coffee. Wasn't bad. I ordered it. Been drinking it a little bit here and there. I hope that answered your question. But yeah, I wanted to move our skill tree element and our skill node element in here, and because we're not using them anywhere anymore. I don't want to lose the code just yet. I want it part of the repo. Like, I'm gonna delete it. It'll be part of the old. I'm not gonna save this folder. But these things are gonna go away here. But I want to rename them. I need a new skill node type. I want to rename them. I'm gonna refactor them. This is gonna be old skill node element, old skill tree element as well. But the idea is these are gonna be. Are they going to be visual component elements, or somehow they need to interact with old skill tree element? I'm not 100% sure, because there's a little bit of a painfulness if we, so there's this, you can't interact in your UI document, you cannot interact with any sub elements. So we need to be careful with these, that they don't have any sub components inside that we need to access directly. That is a trick we have to do here. So instead of these UI elements, these I think are gonna be captain coder dot skill node elements instead, with these same styles I think applied to them, same names, but internally somehow we got to do something different. I don't know. We're gonna look into it. That's what we're doing next. All right, close all. Okay, so let's open these real quick. I need to change this so it isn't a skill tree element. This is just an old skill tree element. Are there any references to this? I don't know if there are. If there are, we got to get rid of them. The skill node is referenced in the old skill tree element. So that one for sure is still there. Old skill node. Why aren't the reference? Is it still loading somehow? Old skill tree. Why don't you show me the reference count? That's interesting, all of that. Extra files got moved around. It's because there's deletions and adds. Okay. But my idea here, okay, in our Unity engine version, in the UI, we need to have a skill node element. And the skill node element is going to be this type, but we can interact with it. We need to be able to interact with skill node elements. They need to be able to send information to some kind of global click listener. We need to be able to get events off of this thing. All right, it's not a mono behavior. This is a visual element. And to get to that, we got to be using Unity engine dot UI elements. We have to do that. There's one other thing I'm just realizing. I have some issues in my code. I'm realizing. I need to fix this real quick. There is wherever we have our UI editor. Hang on. We need to search for Unity editor. I'm using Unity editor in some of my CS files. Unity or skill tree data. We need to wrap this. I realize I need to wrap this here. Anything that uses the Unity editor won't be able to compile into your project. And so I need to wrap this with if Unity editor. And if, or is it FI? No, it's, okay. So I need to put these specific components here. Sorry, I was just realizing this has to exist, otherwise my code won't compile, won't build. I won't be able to build this into a project. Okay, are there other spots? This one don't care about, don't care. Skill node generator, this doesn't get used at runtime, so that one doesn't matter. It should be in an editor script section. So I'll put that in editor. Okay, so that one, let's create a folder called editor. And then we'll probably have to create a binary that makes it that way. All right, create folder editor. Where are those scripts? Was I writing those over here? Editor, old. Skill tree, UXML, assets, attribute. Can I delete that file? I don't know. Where are these files? UI, UXML. Cool. So they're already in a folder that's sort of like editor. I'm gonna put those in editor here. So these shouldn't be part of a compilation outside of editor. You shouldn't use these in at runtime. And that should be fine because they're not mono behaviors or anything. Yeah, okay, so editor. Sorry, I just realized that I needed to do that. I apologize for the going off on a tangent here. All right. Okay, so I can close this now. This should be a visual element. I'm curious. Everything builds here. I'm curious. Lance says, home safe and sound. Glad to hear it. Just snagged the Hero voice pack from the asset store. Basically 70% off, about 11 to 12 Hero unit voice packs. That's awesome. Link if you can, Lance. Link if you can. You might get, I think you can send the links. Send a link if you can. I'd love to check out. Or share that resource. Or even better. Even better would be on the Discord in the, where is it? Isn't there a resources? Hang on, I thought I had a text channels. Resources, better yet, post it in the resources. This would be awesome. Resources or recommendations so other people have access to it. That'd be awesome. YouTube directly blocks link unless you're a mod or added as a trusted user. I'd be curious. I think people have sent links over there before and they come through on the Restream bot. I'm not sure, Christoph. I should probably, if they're not being blocked, there's a problem. I think in the past we've gotten like some spam from bots over on YouTube and they came through on the Restream bot. That's okay. If they get blocked, that's fine. But post them on the Discord is really where we should put them anyway. Okay, so this is our skill node element. I'm curious if I could just substitute this in. This was the whole point of the generator. iSkill node generator. Oh, I have to add in, hang on. There needs to be factories for this. That's why I wanted to save these, for these factories like this. Really, I don't think I need this one because there's not going to be custom traits on it because these are going to be all dynamically generated for us, although there might be. Visual element. This should be our skill node like this. Okay, can I add these? I want to see what the UXML. Christoph says, I've experienced that in a few channels by now with the mod teams agreeing that's issue. Gotcha. Well, I also don't want people posting a lot of links. That said, that's not true. I want people to be able to post links. I don't want people to be able to spam links. Spam links is an issue. So I actually think I need to remove right now YouTube is allowed by default. I think I need to remove the YouTube one because I don't want people just sending weird YouTube videos. Instead, I want people to ask and I can permit it. Oh, it's YouTube just implemented. Got you. Gordienko Games, welcome to the stream. Gordienko Games, how are you doing? I love that emote, my friend. That three-eyed, cute little creepy, cute and creepy. I love it. Welcome, Gordienko Games. So nice to have you here. Hi, with that Code Rad Games, folks. If you're not, Gordienko Games, are you a streamer? You got 220. Do you stream Gordienko Games? I haven't caught your stream. If you're a streamer, I would love to give you a shout out if you are. If you just let me know. I haven't been to your stream, but I need to. Am I following you? Hang on. Am I following you? I'm following you now, just in case. Lance, done and done. The link is in recommendation, the 70% discount. About 15 minutes left. Hurry up, folks, if you need it. If you need it. Over on recommendations, you got 70% off on this here. Why won't you open? Why won't you open? Awesome. Check that out. 75% off the Hero Characters bundle. All sorts of great voices. For sharing, Lance. Thank you so much for sharing that, Lance. Add points. It's the other Lance. Yeah, Lance is still here. Lance, 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Gordy Uncle Games in Russian. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm trying. I was gonna create a UI element just so we could see what the skill node looked like. So we were able to create a component, and so now we have a Captain Coder component that is our skill node element. I wanted to see what the skill node element looked like in the UXML so that way I can generate it. All right, so if we open this, so this is called skillnode.uxml. Skill node UXML. We want to replace it with this thing here. We want to replace it with this thing here. So in our generator, UXML, so this should be our skill node generator. Our skill node generator should produce an XML component that looks like this. And so we should be able to do uxml.create element. It doesn't have a create, it doesn't have a generic create element. So it needs a generic create element as well. Yeah. Oh, it does have a create element. Is it private? Is this, it has the XML thing that lets us create an element. Okay, gotcha. So this one should be uxml.xml.create element. And the element name is this thing. So we're gonna create a string here. So this is our public static read-only string. This is our skill node element, like this. Okay, so we should be able to do s skill node element like that. And the name of it shouldn't be that. The name is needs to get set this way. So it'd be skill node.set attribute name to our, it's in our UXML. This is interesting that I have this sort of set around here, sanitized skill name. That should probably be part of the skill node generator. UXML.sanitize skill name to convert.skill. And then we set the background like that as well. So this is what I'm curious about. If I swap this out, okay, so now if we build it, do we get our custom element with the image and everything inside of it? I don't know. We're about to find out. Will it break? Will it build? Who knows? Led says, you are always welcome, Cap. Just be sure not to break the bank, everyone. It's a great deal, but don't be putting yourselves into debt. Absolutely. Don't put yourselves into debt. Don't want to do that. If you can afford it, it's a nice little sale. Don't worry if you can't, though. This is just a fun thing to do. I tend to not buy bundles because all of my stuff, I tend to want to use with my students. And if I buy this, I can't open source my projects anymore. I like my projects to be open source. So I personally wouldn't use this for my projects. If I was making a game that I was going to publish, I might. But yeah, if you have that stuff, you can't open source that anymore. Or if you do, you can't provide those assets as part of the bundle and instead have to say, okay, well, you have to also own this thing for it to work. So it's just sort of my personal preference. Can you check the YouTube chat and see if there's a message from you? Probably. Probably. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. We have a message from Christoph Howard. I don't see one in the most recent, because Restreambot does throw stuff over there. I don't see it. Send one again, and I'll double check and see if we get it. Because I don't see one there right now. Okay, so what are we doing here? I am in the process of, oh yeah, I wanted to regenerate my skill tree. Okay, so I'm gonna come over to my skill tree here, my Paladin skill tree, see if the generate works. And now if I open up the Paladin skill tree, do I get, are these, it is a skill node element, super cool. Oh, and I can move them around. Okay, so we'll be able to interact with these. The one thing that I need to figure out is they still need to somehow be registered. So now I should be able to get events. The question is, can I make these reference it? Christoph, we did get your message over on YouTube. Tested without Googled link. All right, so I did get that. And then you're saying when you put the link in there, it got blocked. That's good. I like that. I think that's, I do prefer that. Good. I like it blocking links. I want it to do that. ITCs, I'll be lurking now. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Enjoy your lurk. ITC, Woomy, thank you so much for hanging out. Once again, folks, give Woomy some love. If you're not currently following Woomy, be sure to do so. ITCC is amazing pixel artist, amazing game developer. Awesome stuff going on over there. Absolutely love you, Woomy. Have yourself a beautiful day as always. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And if you have any, if you have any questions, that's not what I'm gonna. And you are welcome back anytime. Captain Coders Academy welcomes you anytime you want to come back. All right, so now I want to be able to click on these. The one thing I'm not sure about is, can I reference the skill information? I think I might have to embed that directly into, how can I embed that resource directly in there in a way that it, yeah, so it needs to be referencing these resources, and I don't know how to do that through the UXML. With the sprites, we can kind of do it. I don't know if that works the same way. So we can do this for the URL. Can add a URL. So I'm wondering, can we do a URL thing like this that references an item, and then if that thing changes? I don't think we can. I think this is sort of hard-coded and built into that component. Because keep in mind that can also be an issue since there isn't really a way to post links outside YouTube on YouTube ever, so streamers can't really just permit you. That's fine. We can always tell them to post them on the Discord. I mean, it sucks because you have to join the Discord, but yeah. So there's some challenges there. I don't know how I feel about it completely. I like it in general because in the past, the only links I've really ever gotten from YouTube have been spam posts anyway. So I do kind of like that. It blocks them by default. Although, like you're saying, you can't make them not blocked. So what do I want to do here? I think we need this idea of the GUIDs. That says, thinking about it, the summary screen for the packs is a good bit of a reference, actually. You could easily use them as a script, pick up a mic and record a version of the lines yourself. That would still be open source. Yeah. For the most part, they are pretty generic. Yes, no, moving, stopping, attacking, commanding lines, that kind of thing. Cool. So it's fine here, but I've experienced that as an issue in a lot of places. Gotcha. Yeah, if you wanted people to be able to share links and stuff, that would be an issue. I could see that as a challenge. Can I reference the GUID? All right, so I'm gonna try something. We're getting the I skill. We don't necessarily have name and description attributes. Okay, so we're gonna try the following way here, because we're referencing, I don't know if I can do a reference specifically to an iSkill script, like a scriptable object. I'm gonna create a traits thing here. this is gonna be our workaround for now. It's gonna be our workaround for now, is to have this, and then we have a name and a description. So this is gonna be our name. Maybe it'd be display name. Yeah, display name. And this will be our display description. Like this. Description. And this will allow us to add it to the UXML, but it won't update if you change it. You have to like regenerate it. So there's this pain point there. This should be as a skill node element. And this will be display name, comma, as string, display description. And we can create an init here. This shouldn't be line. This is going to be our skill node. Like this. Can we have you generate a method for us? We can. Okay, this is our constructor. It's our init, not really a constructor. And we need to have two fields here, public string, display name. Not equal, this has a get and a set. And similar, we have a display description, like that, getting set, and our init just forwards these along. So this is that our display name and display description is equal to v1 and v2. Display name, get rid of this. And this should be, I'm gonna call this display. I'm gonna just call it name. Didn't let me do a refactor. That's annoying. Name. That's really annoying. What's going on? There must be a compilation error. Description. Like this. Okay. Christoph says, for example, in a stream where Louis Rossmann is driving and his chat been reading to him by text-to-speech, if he wants a link for the FAQ put in chat, no one but one of the few mods can help. I learned about that spam filter at the same time Louis did in the stream, and moving on now. Yeah, so no worries. I could see that being an issue. Say, oh, can someone link that to me, and no way to permit it without like promoting someone. So I can see that being a challenge in the YouTube streams for sure, if you were just live streaming on YouTube alone. Okay, so let's keep going. Lewis, okay. Lewis, not Louis, gotcha. Isn't that interesting? Some people, I've heard it pronounced both ways. Let's see if this will work in adding that trait here. So we should have that trait as an option now. Pretty soon, G, we're close. That's giving me a warning that I should take a break soon. Ooh. Something's not so good. What happens if I regenerate this? Generate. This is adding in some unknown. That's interesting. Text. Something wrong with the way I've specified my attributes. Skill node element. Let's drop this for a second, see if that fixes it. See if that fixes that reference there. Gee, pretty soon, as soon as I'm done with this little thing, I am gonna take a break. And then we gotta get some stretchogen. You know me. Those attributes are an issue. What have I done wrong here? Let's drop these. What is the coffee timer called in Firebots UI? It's just, it just is under, so it uses a couple things. So in the Firebot UI, there is a time-based trigger, and then there are counters. So I have a counter and then a time-based trigger that increments that counter. Let's see one more time here. So adding those traits in. Clear this out. But thank you for the reminder, G. Thank you so much for that reminder. Why do these labels? Oh, I bet I need to regenerate it because regenerate. Clear this. No, it's not just. What is going on? What have I changed here? Why are these labels? What does the generated UXML look like? All right, so let's clear this out. Let's delete you. Let's generate. Let's look at that UXML. This would be Paladin skill tree with spaces. Paladin skill tree. Captain Coder style background. Why does this want to add in anything? Here, I've gotten rid of those. Let's get rid of all of this. Oh, this should be. Oh no, that's right. That should still be that way. Oh, this should be okay. That's why the UXML factory should use this skill node element. There we go. I had that mixed up here. Let's check on that. Chris Lance says, I feel like the Leonardo AI group missed an opportunity. They could have it called it Leon Art O. That's true. That's true. Okay, so we got that. Let's add these back in. I think it was just upset because I made some weird factory here. It's kind of cool. So if you have a generic factory top, oh, this is telling me that this could be just like, rather than a skill node element, this could be like an interactable. That's an interesting thought there. Okay, so these should now have, all right, so we have display name, display description as options here that can get set. And we're gonna update this now in this way so that these can be set like that, so that they should be saved. In our skill node generator, now we want to set these attributes, display name and display description. Okay, so in our skill node generator, we should do skill node. I really wish I could store the skill node.set attribute display name. Maybe I can somehow serialize something in there. Display name is going to be our toConvert.skill.name. Can I put JSON here? Can I do something really crazy? Can I put JSON here? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. How stupid is this? How stupid would this be? Can I do... Okay, our iSkill has this. But our subclass, we know at the end of the day, the actual skill is skill data, is this. This thing is serializable. So do we, no, this will be, at the end of the day, we want the skill data to come back. Yeah, so this is not quite right. Name, description. All right, let's keep going here with my description. I had a rogue thought for a moment. Description, display description. So this should, when we build it, save the information into it. I need some sort of hook when I modify this to automatically update our UI element. So there's going to be some more stuff we do. All right, so but now ideally if I come over here, this element should have hero, you as a hero. Yeah, so now it updates this information. There's not a hook that will automatically update this UI for us. So there's something we got to do later to get that working. But we have that cooking now. So that is adding that in there. What I need to do is make so when you click on these things, that information gets forwarded somewhere. That said, we just finished this one little moment. We got to take a break. So we've been going for 82 minutes. I'm out of coffee. I'm almost out of regular water. So I need to get some more dark fuel, folks. We are gonna be back. When we get back, we're gonna do some stretches. So hang tight, grab something, look around, get something you can hang on to. We shall return, folks. I shall be back momentarily, and we're gonna do some stretches. Thank you so much for bearing with me, folks. I hope your bear didn't eat you while I was away. But the captain's back. We got some Earl Grey tea steeping. I know I said dark fuel. I was gonna get coffee, but I decided a third coffee is just not what I'm looking for today. I try and do 2 coffees. Sometimes I do 3. I decided to go with Earl Grey. Lobster Kovic, dark fuel. I believe G was the one that told me that, but we've named the 2 coffee cups here. Those 2 coffee guys, those coffee cups. Can I turn those back on real quick? 1 sec. Can I turn them on without turning off my voice? I think there's a way to do it. I don't know. Anyway, those 2 coffee cups, we've decided to name them Dark Fuel and Bean Water. But yeah, we're back here. JPZ Beats. Thank you so much for your question. Asked, what are your thoughts on using ChatGPT as a junior developer to help with writing code? Amazing tool or something that could hinder a junior because they use it too much? Asking as a junior, Lamau indeed. No. I think ChatGPT is kind of awesome. I think it's a brilliant tool. I think we haven't quite figured out how to use it effectively as developers, or I haven't. And in general, I don't think we have. I think if you're writing unit tests, it can be super useful in that regard. I have personally used it to refactor stuff and write documentation. But anytime I use it, I make sure I have unit tests to make sure that the functionality is actually what I'm expecting. If you don't have unit tests, it's hard to know exactly what it's going to work unless you're able to read through and understand it. I think it's very good at generating common patterns, and then you can sort of modify it to your need. I don't know if that answered your question, but such a good question. JPZ Beats for asking such a great question. That's a good one. That's a good question. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for asking. I hope my answer is sufficient. If not, feel free to ask for some clarifying stuff. Christoph says, I'd say personally it's useful, but takes bugs often. But it makes bugs often. Always check the code and be careful with making you fix bugs it spits out. Yeah, so that's why I say like unit test is really, really nice to write a unit test like without reading the code that it generates. If you want to verify that it works the way you want, writing a unit test with it. Yeah, I'm back. Stramlock says, try to resort to ChatGPT only when you can't find the solution yourself, like you wasted all options, then turn to ChatGPT. Don't turn to it like a habit. That's a great point, Stramlock. Don't turn to it as a habit. I think it's really, really good at generating, it's good at generating trivial algorithms. That's what I'll say. So if you're saying, so asking ChatGPT, like generate an outline of a RESTful web API in Python using Flask, and it'll like generate the code for you, and then you can use it as a template. So I think it's good at generating boilerplate. I used it to refactor some linear algebra stuff I was doing that I knew could be done using quaternions. G says, my personal thing is that like junior codes, you can outsource the writing to something, but you will need to check more yourself instead of writing. Yeah, so if you outsource it like that to ChatGPT, you still have to check it and make sure it works. I hope that's useful, JPZ. All right, folks, we are back. My water, my hot water here, this tea water, this water with some tea bag in it, needs to steep for a bit. While it steeps, we're gonna do some stretching. We're gonna do some stretching. If you love yourself, the captain loves you. If you love you, you should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you got to take care of that body. So get on up. My camera's all slightly tilted there. See, I don't like that angle. Get on up. We're gonna do some stretching. Fab says, Captain posted a little sneak peek in Discord game front on what's coming soon. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out. But before we do it, Fabic, if I don't check it out, remind me after this stretch to do it. But we're gonna do some stretching here. Dmitry Maximov. Dmitry Maximov Galera. I'm gonna just go with Dmitry. Dimitri, welcome to the academy. Dimitri, I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Welcome to the crew, Dimitri. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you so much for the follow. Everyone get on up. We're gonna do some stretching. We're gonna do some stretching, folks. Take care of ourselves, take care of our bodies. All right, to start out, take one of your hands, take one of your arms, take one of your hands, get on up with me. Take that arm, see if you can touch your back. If you can't touch your back, that's okay. Do the best you can. The goal is we're gonna stretch this muscle here. Stretch this muscle, grab that elbow, pull it across. If it hurts, stop. The idea is to get just a little tension here with that muscle. Bring it across, bring it back. If you're still not feeling it, lean that head back. And if you're still not feeling it, lean to the side a little bit. But we're gonna hold this for 20 seconds. Story Girl says, also keep in mind that if you're a junior in the sense of being a student, ChatGPT use will be considered cheating by most institutions. That's very true. That's very true. You shouldn't use it for plagiarism. JPZ says, I'm like 6 months out of a boot camp in my first role just sitting on the bench. Yeah, so ask at work, make sure you're asking questions, learning lots of stuff, and ChatGPT, don't lean into it too heavy is what I would say. Christoph saying to Story Girl, good point. There are also places that haven't developed policies yet where you would need to be even more careful. Yeah. All right, go ahead and stretch out. We're going to change it here. Switch sides, grab that elbow, bring it across behind your head, lean back. See if you get a nice little stretch. If it hurts, don't do it. Don't do it if it hurts. Instead, just get a nice little stretch in. Oh, yeah. Oh, it feels good. Feels good for the captain. Hope it feels good for you. We're going to hold this for 10 more seconds, folks. 10 more seconds. Oh, yeah. It's a nice little stretch, isn't it? I hope you're enjoying this stretch as much as I am. All right, let it go. Arms up at the side. We're gonna do a little bit of waist rotations here. So back and forth, nice and gentle. You don't wanna go too fast. You don't wanna pull anything. Nice and gentle. As you get to the end, just stretch it out a little bit each time you bring it across. Stretch it out a little bit each time you bring it across. Just take care of your body. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel great? Getting that blood flowing, getting that heart moving, getting that blood moving through the body. Can you feel that blood gushing in and out of your heart? In and out of that heart muscle? Really taking care of ourselves. All right, folks, arms up. This time we're going to be leaning back and forth. As you rotate, bring it across, lean into it. Oh, yeah. Get a couple of these in. Really get that body feeling nice and fresh. I hope it's feeling fresh. Funky, fresh, and nice. We'll do some crosses now. Start at the top right, go down to the bottom left. Bring it up and do some crosses. We're gonna do 5 of these. That's 1. And 2. Up and down. Here's the third one. 3. Up and down. Up. That's 4. Last one, folks. Up and down, up and down. All right, bring it in, shake it out. Thank you all so much for joining me in that stretch. Thank you for taking care of yourself. As always, the captain loves you. Least I can do is give you a little bit of pointage for being here with me on this beautiful Saturday. I hope you enjoyed that stretch. I hope you're taking care of yourselves. Fabulous, fabulous, my friends. All right, we're gonna hop back into our code here. Let me zoom back in on my face. Let's bring it on in, There we go. Yeah, you got this. We're gonna hop back in, shake it out. Christoph says, my school district has developing policy on it on the docket for later this month. Gotcha. Lance, ChatGPT has been great for helping me to understand quaternions, has helped me solve an issue I've been trying to figure out for more than 2 years. It is great at helping to sort out the basic structure of things. It can absolutely point you in the right direction. Yes, it can point you in the right direction, say like, well, what is this code doing? But you will learn more to figure out the rest on your own. It should be a tool, not a replacement. Yes, I agree. G says, nah, it's fine to use a calculator to do 1 + 1, especially if you can't do it yourself. Interesting perspective, Christoph says. Okay, so now we have this in here. The idea, I want to add in a listener to these. So I'm gonna look at sort of what I did last time in our UI, in a previous project we did, folks. The last project before this one was an inventory system. Do we have an inventory system? Yeah. So I'm gonna open up our code from our inventory system real quick just to remind myself of how we did the interaction. So if you weren't here last week, we were doing a drag and drop inventory system, a grid-based inventory system. We implemented this tool. This can kind of be dropped into I'm hesitant to say any project, but the idea is this is a library that I'm hoping to be able to use in a variety of projects. If you want a Diablo-esque inventory system, you can get this and use it. XD says return listener. Yeah, I know. I can't remember the exact code though. So we're gonna go look at this repository and look at it. But we need to add like a pointer listener. So an on-click listener, and we got to send that information somewhere. And I'm not sure exactly where we should listen to it, but let's look in our assets. Captain Coder, inventory, Unity engine, scripts. So our grid element, this is our visual element. We register. We have an event that gets propagated up. Oh, that's right. So down at the bottom, we had like these grid slots elements. DNLian. How do we pronounce DNL? DNL. Welcome to the crew. DNL. I would like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow together. DNL, I'd like to welcome you again to Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you for following me today. I hope you're doing well. DNL, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. If I pronounced that wrong, do not hesitate to correct me. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. This stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. We try to do a new project here each week. We don't always make it each week, but do not hesitate to ask questions, program related or otherwise, and backseat coding is so encouraged. Please backseat code. I learn so much when people backseat code. Fabic, thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot. I did forget. Fabic posted procedurally generated maze game. Ooh, Fabic, let's take a look. What am I seeing here? Procedurally burning stuff? This is cool. This looks super cool. Oh man. How are you doing it? Oh wow. Are you doing shaders? How are you doing it? What are you doing? Oh, I like that. Burning art. That's awesome. How did you do that? I need to know more. That looked awesome. That burn, it is a shader. Wow, that's something I want to look into. In the someone suggested it, and I've been wanting to do it for a while. Not ask for help. Live stream project, suggest project. Shaders is on the top of my list in my mind of exploring shaders. I've never done a shader. I'd love to look into it. I think after the Dungeon Crawl Game Jam, this is probably going to be the project I do next. Is how do we make shaders? I have no idea. I've never done it. I would like to learn more. But yeah, thank you, Fabic. Thank you so much for sharing. That looks awesome. Yeah, please post more later. Please, for posting such an awesome thing, Fabic, for such an awesome contribution, my friend. 50 points to you. Oh, I typed 150 points to you. My mistake is your gain. Eddie Mortal said it's just math, Captain. Take a pixel and apply maths. Yeah, I'm not the best at the maths. The maths are hard. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. Register callback pointer down event. Okay, so register callback pointer down event is what I want. Okay, so inside of our constructor, I believe, is that in a constructor where we did that? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, in our constructor, we have this. Pointer down, public skill node element. And we need to sort of forward this information somewhere else. G says it's just a shader is just applying math to every pixel. Yeah, I'm not good at the maths though. I'm not good at the maths. And then so in our skill node element, I think, can we make it so we can register on these? I don't know. We have to have like this sort of I think there needs to be like a singleton object to get this information out into like the universe of clicking on stuff. But if we were to generate this method, it should just look something like this on pointer down. And maybe we do both. When you hover over it or when you go down on it, you get, so when you hover over it or if you click down on it, you get this information forwarded out. So I think I'm gonna do that. Pointer, enter event on pointer, enter. And then we'll have these sort of listeners, but these listeners, you're not gonna be able to subscribe on them, I don't think. Because, or maybe you can. Maybe you can. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if we can make this work. So these should be public events. These, I'm just gonna steal these events here. And see if we can, okay, so I think this is right. This is gonna be a skill node element. System.action, these should just be action. And these events you can register on when these events happen. That said, real quick, I'm gonna make it so when we enter this, it does a debug.log. I wanna make sure we're getting this. I think from the top level, these are gonna be blocked by the container they're in. So I think when there's one little thing we have to change in our UXML generation first. Mouse over, and then this will be our display name. Let's try that. So I'm pretty sure if I put this out there, we're not gonna get any events from it just yet. I really need to make it so that, this is gonna drive me nuts. That's the next thing we gotta do. I forgot to reset my break timer, reset break. There we go. Thank you, bot, for yelling at me. Here we go. So this is gnarly. This skill tree is the worst. But we're gonna do that just because I wanna see if I can get those events firing in our document. Here, Paladin skill. Check it out. Let's check it out here. It builds. Will it run? Do I get events? Oh, I do get the events. Nice. Okay, so our events do trigger there. We got to do something smart with these. Okay, so we got to do something a little bit smarter with these. Okay, so I don't have to do anything different. I was thinking in this UXML document that our skill tree component needed to be set somehow that it wouldn't like overlap it. Okay, but we do get those events out. So I want to now write we need to register on these. So this isn't specific to the skill tree. Maybe we could make it specific to the skill tree. I want like an information display. All right, so we're gonna make a new UI. I'm gonna make a UI for this. So create a UI document. That's gonna be like skill information. Can I delete these safely? I think I can delete these safely. I have so many just like floating around garbage things. Unity default runtime. I don't know if anything. I wish that, is there a way to check it? What references things? Select dependencies. I don't know what that does. Select dependencies. Asset Unity fee. Hang on. Select dependencies. This is the only thing that references. I think that's what that does. Hang on. Select dependencies. Cool. Cool. Okay, I don't know what that really does, but I think I know. Okay, let's come back here. In my demo, I'm trying to make a, where did I put it? It's in this generic asset, skill information UI. Let's put this in our demo. Maybe this goes in, I don't know that this goes anywhere but our demo here. The idea, I guess it could be part of the generic library and then you override the styling on it and you don't have to use it. The idea here is this UI is literally just going to have some text components and display information. So it's gonna have a label. This is gonna be our skill name, skill name. Skill name. The text by default, so this will be our skill name. And then there's gonna be another label underneath it. And this label is gonna have more text on it. And it's gonna be description, description text. Description, like that. So the idea is these are linked together. This UI, when you click on and and then we sort of need this in like our overall UI, skill information UI. So then we'll have like a general create another UI here. UI toolkit, this is our UI document. It's gonna be our skill page UI. And so this is our skill page layout. And the skill page is gonna have our skill tree on one side and the information on another spot. Little ugly boba, welcome to the stream. I like to thank you for following me. Little ugly boba, welcome my friend. You are now at the academy. Little ugly boba, you are now my friend, and I thank you for following. Little ugly boba, what a cute little name you got there. Happy Saturday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So nice to have you here. If you are wondering who I am, who's this fella down in the bottom right corner of your screen, that would be Captain Coder. That's me. Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school ages 10 to 14. But this stream, my friend, is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love your questions. Additionally, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. If you see something, say, hey, Captain, why don't we do it this way? Let me know. Maybe we'll do it that way. I can't promise we will, but I've learned so much from people doing that. Backseat coding with me. In fact, I've learned so much from our good friend here, our good friend Moonniz. If you guys aren't following Moonniz, you should be. Moonniz taught me everything I know about, not computer science, taught me everything I know about Unity, folks. Give him some love. Give him some love. He's currently making a Metroidvania game, codenamed Moonvania. Give him some love. I learned a lot hanging out over in the stream. Super chill, super fun stream, folks. Go check him out. Give him some love. All right, so our skill page layout here, the idea is that this will contain our two other XMLs. Okay, so in our demo here, it's going to contain our Paladin skill tree or whatever skill tree we happen to have selected. For now, I'm going to go with our Paladin skill tree. Yep, our Paladin skill tree. We add that in here. And then it's also going to have our skill tree information. Okay, so it's gonna have those two things. We're gonna adjust this layout. We're gonna say that this skill page should take up the entire canvas, and it should basically lay these things out left to right. I'm gonna create one more container above them. I'm gonna create an empty container to store them here. Corfless, welcome back from lurk mode. Nice to have you here today with us. Put this in the visual element. I'm gonna have this go left to right. So I'm gonna have this flow, have it flex here. It's gonna flow left to right so they sort of line up side by side. Left to right, that did nothing. That did nothing. Why did you do nothing here? Left to right, our skill data. Oh, it's because our Paladin skill tree has no size. That's interesting. Our Paladin skill tree has no size. If I swap these, that's interesting. So that's something we'll have to figure out is sort of the bounds of our Paladin skill tree. We have to figure out the bounds of it and set it to have bounds. I didn't think about that. That's interesting. Anyway, so we have our skill description here. Oh, not letting me rename these now. This should be, that's funny. Template container. Skill tree like this. This is our skill information, skill for skill info. That font's terrible. The I's and the L's look like they're the same character. All right, so the idea though is that we can have our skill page layout here. Go ahead and save that. Our skill page layout, rather than doing this UI document, we put our skill page layout. If you're on the skill page, this is the information you get here. I need to adjust our scale. We're gonna scale with our screen size, match. Oh, maybe I just need to make, we already had that. We did set that up. I want my text to be a little bit bigger. All right, so we're gonna go into our skill information. We can adjust that here. We'll click on the, oh, we can't edit both at the same time. What is my font? Styles. On this text. Oh, 14 is too small. Let's go with 36 on the skill name. And then the description, let's go with 24. All right, so it'll be skill name, skill description. Do we get any better if we do that? There we go. Ugly colors. Let's give them a little bit of a color. The black color is terrible. Let's go with white for now, and white for now, just so it's a little bit more readable. We're gonna have to add in some style sheets here to make it easy for swapping that out, but now we at least get a skill name, skill description. Let me check on another thing. If I hover over these, the idea is when I hover over these, it should update this information. Did I get rid of that? Oh, now it's not letting me hover. I don't think I got rid of that. Oh, I did get rid of it. On pointer enter. Still want to make sure that these callbacks are happening. But the idea is I'm going to write a controller that says how to update the information based on what I'm hovering over. Okay, so I can still get this information like that. The idea I'm hoping I'm able to do is in our UI document, go pull those things out and extract them. So let's add in a new script. I need to create a mono behavior now. It's still part of my demo. Part of our scripts. We're gonna create a new mono behavior. This mono behavior is gonna be our skill info controller. Okay, skill info controller. It needs to know about this UI document. So it needs to be aware of the document, be able to find and register itself on information inside of it. So our skill info container. Okay, so when we create this thing, we need to be able to specify which skill tree document it's listening to. So we're gonna create a field, serialized field. It's gonna be a UI, a public UI document. So this would be a using Unity Engine UI elements. All right, so this is a UI document, and this document is our skill screen, skill layout, or something along those lines. I'm not sure what name to give it, but we're gonna get private set here. So be able to get that information out. And then we want to register. So on awake, public void awake, when we wake up, we want to go inside of our skill layout, and we want to find all of the elements inside of this. So this is our document. There's like a root visual element, and we need to scan all of the children. We need to recursively go in and find all of the children inside of this thing that happen to be a skill node element, and then we register ourselves on these events. So root elements and .q. Q only returns one thing is what's interesting. So, but can I get children? Children. Okay, so we want to register on the children. Okay, so we need to loop through. So here's what I'm gonna do. Private void add listeners. So it needs to go down. It's recursively going in. You've been here since stream 26. I'm surprised it's only stream 26, Christoph. You've been here for quite some time, my friend. You've been around, you've been with us. So this is gonna recursively go into the visual element and find all of the children to scan. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, if this visual element happens to be, so if toScan is not a skill, well, actually, if it is a skill node element, we can actually register ourselves on it. So then we can say skill node element as skill node is equal to toScan as skill node element. Skill node element. So we're gonna go ahead and get it as a skill node element, and now we should be able to register ourselves on it. I'm not 100% sure what we're gonna do yet with that information, but I think we're gonna have a little thing here that's like private void add listeners on select. So we're gonna do a thing on select here, and on select needs to take in a skill node element selected, like this. Tuba Demarok, welcome to the crew. Tuba Demarok, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, and thank you for following me. Tuba Demarok, I'm not sure how to say that name, but I thank you for following me today, and I hope that you enjoy your stay with us on this beautiful day. Tuba Demarok, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy Saturday to you. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday wherever you are. How the heck are you doing? It's so nice to have you here. We are currently building a tool for building skill trees in any game. The idea is not any game, but a game that wants to use skill trees that happen to meet this requirement. I'm a computer science educator, so do not hesitate to ask questions, program related or otherwise. We have a very friendly community here where we're learning and coding and growing together. So backseat coding, please, if you want to backseat code, don't hesitate. Just ask. Say, hey, why are you doing it that way? Shouldn't you do it this way? Maybe you can do it that way. What about this thing? Did you know about XML? Did you know about UI Builder? Why aren't you using the Canvas system? Maybe you got a question, just let me know. Christoph says, that is counting the 5 streams you did on YouTube over a year ago. Gotcha. Oh, you've been following me on YouTube a long time then. Those were the live streams I did. That's crazy. I kind of forgot about those. Those were the TriJam ones then. Wow, Christoph, thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long. It's so nice to have you here. I never thought this would turn into much more than just like little tiny like coding stream. Anyway, we've built a community. It's awesome. Gotcha. Well, I'm so happy you're here with us. The idea is on select's gonna do something, but we have these skill nodes to be skill node dot on clicked. We're gonna add in on selected here. Okay, so we should be able to do that. Ideally, this should trigger debug.log selected, and then we'll do the selected dot name. Okay, and this is gonna say like, well, what do we update? How do we update this? I've been following since a little bit before you started Advent of Code. Gotcha. That's wild. That's amazing. Okay, so add listener. Oh, and then we need to recursively go through all of the children and say, okay, then for each visual element child in toScan.children, we're gonna loop through this and call add listeners on the children. Okay, so we're gonna see if this thing happens to be, children is a method. We're gonna see if this thing happens to be an element. If it is, we add the listener, we go recursively down into the children components there to get that information out. And when we wake up, we just, our wake up is add listeners on our skill layout.root visual element. This should recursively register us on it. And now when I click, let's go ahead and switch this back up here. When I click, this should hopefully trigger through. And then we're gonna add listener and say, okay, if you happen to be, oh, we can just use the queue to query down inside to find this actually. Let's find out. Click. Sad. Sadness. We didn't find any of them. You know why? Because I didn't actually add this in here on my UI document. This should be our skill info controller, and we're registered on this here. Okay. Got to actually add it into the program, into the project to get it to go off. There we go. So selected here, selected Sacred Oath, selected Lay Hand, selected Divine Sense, selected Spell Casting. Now we need to get it to update these text elements here. And so this skill info controller is going to go find this information. When we wake up, we have to get it. So this is specific to our skill information like this. And so we have skill name and skill. I'm going to rename this to skill description. So skill name, skill description, like that. Skill name and skill description. And so when we get up here, we have a private visual. It's not a visual element. This is a text element. Text element. We'll try text element. Text. This is going to be our skill name, and this should be our skill description. And let's take a look here. XX Sally the Goose. Welcome to the stream, my friend. XX Sally the Goose is asking, anyone know some good free software for drawing tiles? Trying to make a roguelike. When you say drawing tiles, do you mean like pixel art drawing tiles, or do you mean for, so let's see, tiled software? There's some free software I've used before called Tiled. I don't know if this is what you mean, but this is for drawing maps and stuff. I've had success with this. Mooniz had used it. Pixel art and high. Yeah, so I use Aseprite. I'm not very good. Tiled is a map editor. Gotcha. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if you're talking about like how to do tiling like this. The software I have my students use is not great. Piskel. I don't know if this is not a great tool. It gets the job done. The paid tool that I like, Aseprite. Is Aseprite somewhat free? I didn't know it was free. Aseprite has a trial version that I really like. This is you cannot save files with the trial version, so you can't save. It's not free. You can't save. It's somewhat free, you just can't save. Can you save them as like PNG files, or you can't save them as Aseprite files? I'm curious. I like Aseprite. Unfortunately, it is not free. And Marco says, I use Aseprite in it, and it has a beta version support for tiles. Aseprite is somewhat free. Aseprite is the one I was thinking about. So yeah, not free. It's really good tool. It's not that expensive, but $20 can be expensive for some people. So I will say that. That said, I'm not sure about drawing tiles. I'm not the best person. If ITC Studios is still here, ITC, Woomy, if you're lurking, we have someone asking, do you know any free? I don't know if Woomy's still here. Maybe she's still here. ITC Studios, if you happen to be here, we're curious. We're curious about some free Piskel art software for drawing tiles. Not Piskel. Does it have to be oh, it is for pixel art. Yeah. That's okay. If ITC Studios isn't here, that's not a big deal. GIMP isn't really meant to draw pixel art. Yeah, GIMP isn't that great for pixel art in general. Sorry I couldn't help you out more, Sally the Goose. I hope you find what you're looking for, but good question. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you. But yeah, we're gonna go get these out of we gotta go find these. Are they text elements? That's what I was checking. Our skill information, I don't like, it doesn't like this. Let's get rid of you. That's a broken XML file. Test doc. Let's get rid of you. Let's see if we can break everything, folks. Skill page layout. Not skill page layout. I wanted to open up the skill information. Is this it's a label. It is a label type. So in this case, I don't want to do text element. I want to do label. Label might be what I want here. I think label is what I want. G says some people use MS Paint or Paint.net, but I use GIMP. The free one that I have my students use because I can't have them all buy software is Piskel, and it's okay. I don't know if it's specific for drawing tiles, but they've done some cool stuff with it. Sorry I wasn't more helpful. I'm gonna do skill name is, oh, let's get our root element actually. Visual element root. We'll pass our root in here. And then we want to go find skill name. Skill name should be equal to root.q label skill name. Ugh, I'm so bad at this. I keep having to open this back up and see what the heck did I call these things. I can't seem to remember anything. Skill name and skill description. Those are the things we call them. Okay, discard changes, and then skill should be our skill description, root.q, label, skill description. And then we should do an assertion that those two things are not null at this point. Okay, so debug.assert skill name is not equal to null. Could not find skill name node. Then this one would be could not find skill description node. And we'll change this here to skill description. Moonness says, how much longer are you streaming? At least an hour. At least an hour, Moonness. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Yeah, so Asperite I think is the like sort of de facto one that is used for Piskel art specifically. So hopefully we have these. The on select should do the following in that regard. So the skill name should be text is equal to selected.skill selected dot display name, and skill description dot text should be equal to selected dot display description. Okay, so that's what we're going to try and do here. Okay, so if I'm hoping if this all worked out when I click this, we should get the skill name and skill description populating. Click. Look at that jump around like a craziness. All right. This is awesome. This is awesome. Moonness with the raid. Moonness with the raid. Whoa. Moonness, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. We got a whoa-age. Thank you so much. Moonness, how the heck was your stream? Folks, if you don't know Moonness, I know we mentioned Moonness a moment ago, but if you don't know Moonness, Moonness has taught me just about everything I know. He's the one with this fancy little cloud emote. Look at that cute little cloud. Look at it go. Give him some love, folks. Click the little heart. Attention all lurkers. If you don't know Moonness, you should. Give Moonness some love, folks. Click that little heart. Give him some love. Taught me everything I know about Unity, folks. Incredible game developer. Incredible game developer. Thank you so much, Moonness, for being here. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for being so awesome, Moonness. I appreciate you. Moonness is currently working on a Metroidvania game, folks. Metroidvania game. Awesome stuff. Moonvania is what codename Moonvania. All right, but we got it in here. We actually can click on our skill tree nodes now. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. If we swap it out with a different, have we done the Ranger skill tree yet? UI document. Oh, this is explicitly, this is interesting here. Explicitly that one I kind of want. Okay, so the skill info page, that's interesting. I can't swap it out easily. That's disappointing. Moonness says, I tried making an enemy a spiky boy, did not go as well at all. That's too bad. Might have to ask for feedback somewhere about it. When you say you're making a spiky boy, is that you making the graphic or code implementation was trouble? So I know you've been making some art stuff, which is cool. Maybe Moonness, you're using Asprite as well. Never mind. We had someone asking about some art. Yeah, put it in the art channel, Moonness. Share it with us. Don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. Want to know some more. Post a link. Post a link. Post a screenshot. I need to know. I need to see it on the Discord. Okay, so we have this working. When's our last break? I think I need to take a quick break here just for my brain. I need a quick, only 28 minutes ago. I'm feeling a little hungry. I need to have a little snack here in a second, folks. I haven't had breakfast, but I can feel it. But we manually have the skill tree name and description, and now we're gonna do some refactoring. Wow, we got this done. Really happy with this. Folks, we have our skill names and information displaying. We're dynamically generating things. It's coming along beautifully. We're gonna do a commit. We're gonna do a commit here. Feature. What am I missing? Why are 37 things still unchanged? Feature, implement, skill tree, info or skill info controller, controls. All right, so we got a little thing there. I do need to grab myself a snack because I'm feeling a little peckish. Feeling a little peckish, folks. But traders, thank you so much for being here. If you're not familiar with the project, folks, we got a little developer blog you can check out over at skilltree.captaincoder.org. If you haven't been here day 1 through 4, we're on day 5 today. We're making a lot of progress, but if you want to see what we did on the previous days, go check it out. And I shall return in like 90 seconds. Not gonna be long, I just gotta get myself a little snack, folks. And it says I tested so many ways and now it ended up looking weird. We'll post it there so someone can tell me what to do with it. Gotcha. I shall be back, folks. Hang tight. Never fear, the captain will return. All right, folks, sorry about that. I'm back. I just had, you ever get that weird hunger sickness that hits you all of a sudden, you're like, oh no, I gotta eat something. I was realizing last night I didn't really eat a dinner. Usually I eat dinner. Didn't eat dinner last night. I had a donut for dinner last night, and so suddenly my body got me. No, we're not gonna reset the break. I just needed to hop off real quick and get a little snack. We'll still do another stretch break in a little bit. Tani, oh no, Tani bringing that pineapple pizza in here. You know how I feel about controversial topics. Gotta be careful. Donut for dinner sounds amazing though. It was good. It was a good dinner. It just wasn't a real dinner. It was not the most healthy thing to do. And says absolutely take care of meals, Cap. Naughty lad. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't eat dinner last night. Yeah, did not eat a good dinner last night. So this morning I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it right now. So I had myself a little snack. Had myself some trail mix. So I had, which isn't the, because I want to cook myself a nice breakfast in a little bit. But we're gonna have breakfast here after we're done with this. We're making progress. At this point, I want to do like a nice refactor. So here's what we got. Because it's working. It's working nice. If I missed something in the chat, please remind me. I'm so sorry if I missed something. I apologize. Tempestial says, I'm guessing hyper-focused tunnel vision stuff. Am I right? Yeah. So you get that coder diet. All right. So one of the little things I want to do here is these should take up sort of half the screen or be laid out better. So when I'm clicking this, it's like jumping around. My little skill page layout here. Tani disapproves. I'm sorry you disapproved, Tani. I'm sorry. All right. So the basis on this, our flex basis, this one should be 50%. And then our paladin skill tree is going to be 50%. Like that. On basis 50%. So we'll save this. And this will make it so our paladin skill tree is just going to take up that whole space over there. Enjoy your foodsies, Mooniz. Welcome to lurk mode. We know you have many options to lurk when you're on on Twitch. Oh, I want this to flow better. That label shouldn't end up behind this thing here. So I got to play around with that real quick. Let's grab some text to toss in there. Lorem ipsum. Ooh, stack of pancakes. That looks good. Maybe I'll make pancakes or waffles. Maybe I'll make some waffles. Look at some lorem ipsum for the description in here. Like this, and we'll go to our skill information. We'll make the default text this. And is there a wrap? That's not what we want. Text wrap. There we go. Want the text to wrap. Like that. And there we go. So now our skill text, if it comes across, it should do that. And you can imagine making a much better, Tony says Monday, MFW, Monday. What does MFW mean? When I miss Captain streams, MFW. I don't know what MFW means. All right, when we click these now, we get the skill description over there. Maybe we put it underneath. My face win. Gotcha. I'm not good at life. I'm not good at, look, get off my lawn. Get off my lawn with your MFWs and your LOLs and your IDKs. I don't know what they mean. What does IDK even mean? I don't know what IDK means. Someone tell me what IDK means. I don't know. I don't know what IDK means. Christoph, it's great to have you back. It's great to have you here. SMH, I don't know what that means either. Get off my lawn. That's right, Lance. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we have this. We can click on these. This is pretty cool. Okay, so now that we have this, I want to do a refactor. Right, the last thing I want to get done today is this refactoring here. I have this sadness. There's a sadness in my heart. Because if I come over here and let me save this real quick. If I click generate UXML, it regenerates it and we lose all the positioning information and we have to redrag these out. What I would like to do is when I want this information to be sort of saved somewhere. So I'm not entirely sure where to save this information or how to save it, or if we load it back up from the XML file. But there's this issue that we're having with spellcastings on their divine sense is as we restructure this, okay, if we were to go change our paladin skill, do something else, we don't, and then we regenerate it, it resets the visual. So if I decided to change some information in here, it changes the visuals. So one thing we kind of need to do is it needs to remember. We need to find a way to make it remember where those positions are. And so I kind of need like a metadata file that sits next to the paladin skill or in the paladin skill and gets serialized there. So my thought is to make a read-only paladin skill in our skill nodes here. All right, so in our skill node metadata, we need some metadata is essentially what it is. That sort of it communicates back and forth, and knows how to read this information from the XML file. So right in our generator, we're generating XML. We also need to be able to deserialize the XML and do something with it as far as positioning goes. So when we adjust this file, and right now I'm sort of talking through the process. I don't know entirely how I'm gonna do it. I have some vague idea. If we open up this paladin skill tree, so when we click that generate button, paladin skill tree, it generates this file. And inside, we need to parse inside this. We're gonna have to parse out. The positions, the left and right and the top. We need to get that information out. So when I drag this and I put this down here and I hit save, it updates this XML file. And our hero now has the top left position set. I need this information to be preserved if we do some movement. This information needs to be preserved for when I regenerate the XML. And so my idea for doing that is to have this read in that UXML file and store it as some metadata. Lance says, from a prototyping point of view, how often do you run through basic pseudocode cap? With my students all the time. Myself, personally, I don't do it that often unless I don't personally do it that often. I used to do it more, just to think through processes and stuff. It's very, very useful for my students because so I think part of it is I've flexed that muscle and I've used that muscle and I've worked that muscle out so much as far as like understand the code. The pseudocode is like, I build up this big chain in my head. My mind, I've been doing it so long, my brain works faster than I can type it out. I think pseudocode is a great place if you're trying to understand a problem and you're not sure, but it's like, I think pseudocode can be super useful, especially if you're talking about a generic algorithm. So you're not specifically talking about, in C# it would be this way. If you want to generalize the idea, pseudocode's super useful. So in my competitive programming class, we do a lot of pseudocoding. How often do I do it on a project? Not that often. If I'm writing by hand, all right, so if I'm at a computer, I don't do it very often. If I'm writing by hand, so if I'm not at a computer, I write pseudocode. Did that kind of answer your question? Tempestio says, I prefer flowcharts. I think flowchart is a form of pseudocode, would be my response to that, Tempestio. I think a flowchart is a type of pseudocode, and I have my students do it all the time. I have like a whole, flowcharts, I have a whole guideline. I have like all sorts of guidelines for it. Microwavable mind maps are good too. Mind maps are fantastic. Christoph asks, what version of Windows do you have Firebird right now? I'm on Windows 10. I'm on Windows 10 right now. Mind maps are fantastic. Gee, my favorite type of text, lorem ipsum, exactly. Kronos Ta says, make a high-level diagram of the system that you are talking to one another and start stubbing out the system. That's exactly what I do with, so if you were here on day two, we stubbed out all of these interfaces of how these things are going to communicate and talk together. That's exactly what we did. So we had like this idea of how all this stuff would build. And so we stubbed it out and then wrote some unit tests and implemented it. Chronotoss, that's absolutely a great way to do it. If you have some like hard requirement, not necessarily hard requirements, but like some not so vague requirements. If you have vague requirements, stubbing it out can help you understand how these things are going to communicate and do stuff together. So we had like this vague idea of, we want to build skill trees like this, and it says, okay, well, what type of system? And we kind of came up with this API here of a skill tree builder. And it says, okay, well, from there, what are the interfaces we need to be able to have these talk together and be generalized? Absolutely, Chronotoss. Excellent point. Such a good point. Thank you for bringing it up. 50 points to you, Chronotoss. Absolutely good point. Okay. So, yeah, this metadata, I need a way to like read that file in. Okay, so when I click this, Fuel Snobel, for bigger projects, I tend to create DAGs to figure out in what order we need to do things. Yes, prioritize is really important. For bigger projects, that's incredibly important to be able to do it. Dependency graphs are really, really important. I use digraphs to create DAGs. Gotcha. Dependency graphs are super important. It's super helpful. If you're working on a big project with big team. Okay, so I think I can safely delete these. Let's see if this blows anything up. I don't need my old skill nodes anymore. See if there's any references to those. I think I should be able to safely delete them. We're about to find out. It looks like I was able to safely delete those. Excellent. So we're just gonna do this as a chore here. Chore, clean up unused files. We'll push it up. Geez, I use yellow sticky notes. That works too on a, if you're working by yourself, yellow sticky notes can work. DAG, directed acyclic graph. Yeah. So we've been talking about DAGs on this project quite a bit. Our skill tree is actually a DAG. The skill tree version that we're implementing happens to be a DAG based. So it's not actually a tree, it's a graph, but we have DAGs for our skill trees. Okay. Let's see here. What am I? Can delete this folder. Need a skill DAG. Yeah, people wouldn't. That'd be less interesting to talk about in a game. Saying like, well, it's the skill directed acyclic graph. Doesn't flow off the tongue as nicely as skill tree. Exactly. It's our skill DAG. Throw a dagger. That's right. It's our skill dagger. Kaloki, welcome to the crew now, Kaloki. I would like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, Kaloki. Welcome to the crew. How are you? Kaloki, how are you today, my friend? Kaloki, welcome to the crew. Kaloki, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we are learning to program together. We're growing together. We're learning new stuff all the time. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding, my friend, absolutely encouraged. Bring it on. Bring your coding questions. If you see something like, hey, why are you doing it that way? Maybe you should do it this other way. Have you thought about this system? Let me know. Let me know your thoughts. We love having you here. We love programming together. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. Okay. Now, yes. Okay, so in our skill tree data, we need to first check if this file exists. If it does, we want to load in that file. We want to load that file and deserialize it and pull out any relevant information. Okay, so when we go to generate this thing, we're actually going to give that information back first. Tree data path. This is our tree data path. Okay, so we get this path. This file is our output file. If this file exists, we should at least warn you to say, hey, this file already exists, you should want to override it. But really, I want this sort of to like sync with this file. I want to pull out the node information in there. So we need to deserialize this thing and get our internal components out. So I kind of want to, I'm going to write a little helper here. I think I need a class. So like our skill tree deserializer. This needs to take our skill tree and get our information back out of it. So I'm gonna still this a little bit. I don't entirely know what this thing looks like. I know this thing takes in some XML and deserializes it. So public, yeah, public. I don't know what this does. I don't know what it returns, but it's like our skill tree metadata. We have this idea of some skill tree metadata where we need to know where our nodes are positioned inside of a graph. So I almost need to have this public struct or some class skill tree metadata. And in this, we sort of have this idea of where our nodes and the information go. So the most specific thing is I want to know where the position data is. So in this case, Chronotas says, what? Open up, take file to string array object, feed the data back to caller. I think it's going to be called a skill. I don't quite understand what you're asking. What? ... Open up, take file to string array object, feed the data back to caller. My goal here is to take in a string. So it's going to be like parse metadata from a string, and this is like our UXML file. And this is going to return, for now I'm going to have it return null. So I'm like sketching out the idea here. This is, so someone was asking, who was that? I think Lance, you're asking about pseudocode. This is sort of my pseudocode process. I'm pseudocoding right now because I don't know the full thing. What is this? Line skill tree generator. Oh, this should be called skill tree deserializer. Skill tree deserializer. So this takes a UXML file, pulls out the skill tree metadata associated with it. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, I'm kind of pseudocoding right now, like shaping out how these things are going to talk to each other, because I'm not 100% sure how they communicate just yet. I'm probably going to need these, so I'm going to leave them in actually. I definitely going to need the XML one. The idea is once I have this metadata, this is going to be a data structure that I can ask questions like the following. I'll say public vector2. Maybe this is like it returns a position on it, but it's going to say position of, and it's going to take in a name. This will be like skill name, like this. Okay, and this is going to return where that thing should go. And our default will be 0, 0, right? So if we haven't seen it before, it'll be 0, 0. Lance, it's very cool. I feel like this sort of filling through the problem is often skipped, but it's an invaluable tool. Absolutely, because I don't know, I know that I need to do it. This is sort of like but yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not sure what my interface is. This is the sort of the next thing I kind of need to do. Welcome back, MMO Pug. Welcome back from lurking. Welcome back, my friend. How was your lurk today? How was your lurk, MMO Pug? All right, so the idea is I can give this thing a skill name, and it's going to give me back a vector 2 of its XY position, where I should put the top, the left, and top. And so I can use this in my tree generator, to say, oh, this thing's going to go here. And so I'm thinking internally, I'm going to have a private dictionary. Hang on, I got to use system. Using system here. Dictionary. System dot collections dot generic, like this. So I should have a private dictionary from strings to vector 2. All right, this is going to be positions. This is going to be the thing that I'm going to eventually look things up in here. So I have a skill tree metadata. And given a skill name, I pull it out. And so the idea would be that we say if positions dot try get value skill name out vector to results. If this is the case, we return results, otherwise return vector 2 like this. So if we happen to have this node inside of our metadata, we get that out. M1Book says, it was good. My son had a birthday party at the ice rink to go to this morning. Awesome. Awesome. I hope it was fun. I hope you had fun. I hope your child had fun. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday. HT Kage. I love that emo. HT Kage sneaking in with the little chicken. Ha. That chicken says, Brak. Is that a chicken or a rooster? How do I know the difference? What's the difference between a rooster and a chicken? Or is that a chicken as a rooster? Some kind of bird, some kind of beaked animal. HT says, don't ask me. I don't know. It's all right. Okay, so the idea is we're able to parse this metadata. When we have the metadata back, so we need to check to see if this file exists. Then we need to do something with it here. So there'd be system, and I guess I can import this now that I'm using it. We'll import system more than once. If we're in the editor, system.io, using system.io. And if we're here, we're gonna do file.exists. Let's check if a file exists. Okay, path. So if the file exists, we sort of are able to get, we're gonna try and load the metadata. Otherwise we get a default metadata. Cheeky rascal, you cheeky rascal. Cheeky rascal says, hey Captain. Cheeky rascal, how are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? Welcome aboard, happy to have you here. Christoph says, scriptable object to get Firebot working on, to get Firebot working on Windows, I had to grab the file from the GitHub and overwrite the old one. Interesting. Cheeky Rascal, have you worked with Unity augmented reality? I have not. So I'm pretty new to Unity. People are often don't realize this. I've only really been using Unity since the beginning of January. I hacked some stuff over the years in Unity, but I've only been learning Unity since January. My students asked me to teach a class on Unity, so I said, all right, well, I got to learn Unity if I'm going to teach a class on it. And I'm really, really digging it. I'm really enjoying it. So I often say I'm not really a game developer. I'm a hobbyist. I'm a teacher first, game developer enthusiast. I'm enthusiastic about other game developers. I'm enthusiastic about creating games and the way it allows us to empower students, empower people to learn to code and just like be creative. But no, I haven't used with augmented reality. I want to get there. I've played around with VR just a little bit, but no, I've done again, that's part of my hacky stuff. A VR thing would be cool to do soon. I like the idea of doing it. If you want to see on the Discord, Rascal, on the Discord we have suggest projects. We try and do a new project here every week, every 2 weeks. We're always trying to learn something new. If you want to suggest an augmented reality project, that would be super cool. Because I think that would be something that would be really fun to explore. I don't know what that would look like, but people suggest probably the reason we're doing a skill tree is it got suggested by Jammy. Jammy suggested we do a skill tree system, so that's what we're doing. Last week we did an inventory system, which was suggested by Darkman. The week before that we did a crafting system. I think the crafting system was recommended by Unity Coder, M-Gear here. So yeah, feel free to post that as a suggestion. I'd love to, on my ever-growing list of suggestions at this point. But we try and do a new project every week. And if there's projects you want to see, just click that. If they're already there, click that little like button. Say like, this is one I want to see too. But yeah, welcome aboard, Cheeky Rascal. So nice to have you here this morning. You are so nice. That's right. You are so beautiful, beautiful. Oh, and if you need a link to the Discord, if you're not on the Discord yet, you don't have to join, but we do have one. Nice little community. People ask questions, hang out, have a good time. It's just fun. It's a fun place to learn and code and grow together. Say if this thing exists. All right, so we're gonna start out. We're gonna start out. Maybe I do it this way. Maybe in my skill tree deserializer. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write a static method for constructing this. So that's gonna be a public static skill tree deserializer. Is that right? No, we'll do a public static. Yeah, skill tree deserializer from UXML file. So this would be a string path. We'll do it this way. Get a deserializer, return null for now. And here in this code, if the path exists, so we need skill tree deserializer. Deserializer equals skill tree deserializer dot from UXML file path, like this. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna say if the file exists, we get it this way. I'm gonna do it this way for now. Otherwise, skill tree deserializer.default. We'll have a default one that we return. Public static skill tree deserializer default equals new, like that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try that. Cautious Dan wants to know about Revere. Revere, folks. Revere is an incredible game developer making an own game, space trucking game. If you're not following Revere, folks, you gotta follow Revere. Give them some love. Revere's creating a space trucking game, Unforgiven Space. It's sort of a parody of Star Citizen. His goal is to release it before Star Citizen, so he's got some time to get there. Also, I missed it, but Cheeky Rascal, thank you for the follow. Cheeky Rascal, welcome to the crew. I'd like to thank you for being here on this beautiful Saturday. Cheeky Rascal, thank you for the follow. Cheeky Rascal, I am glad you're here. Thank you once again for following. I hope you enjoy your stay. And we also got Treb Hoovan. I'd like to thank you too for following me on this day, on this beautiful Saturday. Treb Hoovan, let me know if I'm saying that wrong. Treb Hoovan, I welcome you today. Today you are now in the crew today. Treb Hoovan, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you as well. But welcome to the crew. If you, yes, it's wrong, I assume so. If you'd like me to pronounce it better, please let me know how to pronounce it. I want you to feel welcome here, my friend. I want you to feel absolutely welcome. And if you correct me, I will do my best. Remember, I'll probably forget, but I'll do my best. I want you to feel welcome here at Captain Coders Academy, where we're learning to code together. We're growing together as a crew. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Treb Hooven, now I feel uncomfortable because I'm saying Treb Hooven says, "Nah, it's okay. I very much felt like I'm welcomed." Good. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome aboard, my friend. Captain Coder is me. I am Captain Coder, and I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14, so middle school in the United States. That said, this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love when people ask questions. Just keep them family friendly. This is a family friendly stream, folks. Also, backseat coding is highly encouraged. If you see something, say something. If there's some idea you have, let me know. I'd love to hear it. But we are working on a skill tree system, if you're new here. This is day 5. Day 5 of 6. We only have one more day to work on this. We try and do a new project every week. We don't always get there every week. This one feeling like it might take more than a week to get done. We got a little blog of the last 4 days. We didn't stream yesterday, so Monday through Thursday and then today. But we're sort of building this, not just a skill tree, a system for creating skill trees in our project. A system for creating skill trees so you can specify these skill trees and then you end up with a nice UI for it. So we're trying to do a little bit of a serialization thing here. All right, so let me show you a little bit of what we have so far. So the idea is you can specify your skill tree like this. You can specify your skill tree like this. Come back to my UI document right now. Put in the old Paladin skill tree because I'm about to regenerate it. Oh, this is so interesting. I don't like this. I got to figure out our skill page layout. Got to figure out how to make it so that I can slap in a different UI thing here. We're gonna swap this one out with, the idea is we can swap in any UI we want. And this isn't quite right yet, but we have a couple different, so we'll put our Paladin skill tree in here, like that. So the idea, this one looks horrific. But the idea is we can generate these things. You can click on these, you get information about your skill tree. But the idea, what I'm trying to do is build a tool for creating these that you can drop into a variety of different projects that use a skill tree system like this one, similar to this one. So to do that, I'm creating a tool to generate these. So I click Generate UXML down here. Paladin skill here, we click Generate UXML. And this generates a file with all the information that's associated with it here. So we have, it generated this file with these nodes in it. The problem that we have right now, or the issue, you might say, the issue we're having is when I click generate again, it overwrites it and all of those nodes go back up to the top left. And that's not what we want. So we're trying to make it so that when we go to generate this, if a file exists, it's gonna load in that information ahead of time and we'll reuse the position data for any nodes that were previously defined. That's what we're trying to do. That said, there's some trickiness in here to make it happen. So we're gonna keep playing around with it. How Christoph says, it might be good idea to consider having a bang rules command that lists the rules. That's not a bad idea. I like that idea. They feel a little long. They are down, let's see. There's not many. So here's the thing, no one's really ever broken the rules. So if people aren't breaking the rules just yet, maybe I don't need it. Maybe I should preempt it though. The rules they're just pretty short. So maybe I'll add that to a rules command. But essentially just ask questions, be nice, family friendly rules here. So we do have them down there. But I think you're right, Christoph, a bang rules would be nice to have as well. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, Stack Abo, welcome to the crew, my friend. Is that Stack Cabo? Is that how you pronounce your name? Stackabo, I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. We welcome you today to Captain Coder's Academy. That song was terrible, Stackabo, I'm so sorry. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Everyone, for having to suffer through that song. All of you get 50 points. I'm so sorry. That song was not my greatest hit. Stackabo, I'm so sorry that your welcome song wasn't better. If you want me to try it again, I'll do my best. Maybe I can get you a better song out there. But Stackabo 90, 100 points to you for having to suffer through that terrible song. I apologize. Dremel says Captain Coder's Academy. Yeah, Academy. That's right. It's an Academy. The singing at this point, people seem to think is a little bit of a meme. Every time I sing, that viewer count drops a little bit. Every time I sing. They never miss has followed me. They never... Let me try again. They never miss I would like to welcome you today to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome, they never miss to the Academy. Oh, I can't sing that high. I botched that one too. They never miss. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry I botched that. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. All I'm so sorry that my voice could not sing that high. 50 points. I'm so sorry you have to suffer. I'm so sorry you had to suffer, and they never miss. I'll do better next time. If you would like me to try a better song, I'll try again if you'd like to. They never miss is not found. Add points. They never miss with a couple S's. MISS. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here. Dramulks, rank 5, ranking up, climbing that hill. And Morok says, followers up, viewers down. It's the curse of singing. That's right. That's right. Mike Rivel Hugs, have you seen something in chat today or streams prior that made you feel it necessary? Oh, for the rules. Speaking to Christoph Howard. Not at all, just mention it since it's been useful for moderating elsewhere. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it would hurt to have. Okay, so the idea I'm having though is this the skill tree deserializer. When we go to generate a skill tree, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to be able to do the following in this constructor: deserializer dot parse metadata of this UXML file. Ooh. So the deserializer is not actually what we care about. It's we get okay. So I'm wrong. Deserializer is just a tool that we use. Okay, so I've got this wrong. We're just gonna construct one of these. We'll do the default one. We don't need this. Deserializer is equal to skill tree deserial.default. We'll get the default one. And then we say string parse the path exists, sort of what we want to do. Skill tree deserializer parse metadata. This I think we want to take in a path here. This is going to deserialize a parse metadata from UXML, something along those lines. So deserializer dot parse metadata path is what we want to do. Okay, so we'll say, okay, so this is going to be our skill tree metadata. Skill tree metadata here. Skill tree metadata meta is equal to, if the file exists, we parse that. Otherwise, we just get a sort of default new skill tree metadata with nothing in it. That's what we're doing here. And then our generator is going to take in our metadata. I'm going to rename this to metadata. And in our generator, we're going to make this constructor for this thing. This makes sense. Public skill tree generator, skill tree metadata. This is going to just set a metadata value like that, and it sort of propagate. This will propagate down to private skill tree metadata like this. Make this a read only. This should be forward arrow like that. And this metadata needs to get propagated down. Microwavable. Lobster Coke says, give it time. The singing will be the reason why you are here. It's true. It's true. True. G says, good news. I'm not cooking dinner tonight. I'm getting pizza. Pineapple pizza. MMO Poke. I'm marinating some steak tips for dinner. Oh, guys are making me hungry. Making me drooly. I need it. G says, but I will have to get it from the store instead of getting delivered, so I'll be off in about 15 minutes. Well, enjoy your trip to the store, my friend. Enjoy your delicious pineapple pizza. I hope it's delicious. If it's not, I'm so sorry. And then our skill node generator, we're gonna propagate our metadata down to our skill node generator like this. So this is also gonna have a private read-only skill tree metadata. Although we could potentially get the properties. Ooh, that might be a thing to do. Anyway, we're gonna propagate the skill tree metadata down to this skill tree metadata. Metadata. And this is just gonna be an implementation that looks like this. Metadata comes from metadata like that, and our container. So this just sort of propagates through. Where are my compilation errors? I'm sure I got some. I always miss something somewhere. Sometime, somewhere, some way. I know I'll miss it, but we got that. All right, so does this compile? Not yet. Saying metadata. This should be our underscore metadata. Cautious Dan, welcome to the crew. Cautious Dan. Cautious Dan. Cautious Dan, welcome. Cautious Dan, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. It's beautiful for me. I hope it's beautiful for you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Wherever you happen to be in the world, not wherever you happen to be in the morning. I'm so happy you're here, my friend. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I already said that, but I'm gonna say it again because you deserve it. Thank you so much for the follow, Cautious Dan. Happy to have you here at Captain Coders Academy, where we're learning to code and grow together. Dan says, thanks for the song and the content. I haven't touched C# yet, but this is good to see. I am loving C#. I've been using it for less than 2 years, 19 months. 19 months here, using it for about 2 years. I have fallen in love with C#. Unity's been a fun little thing to learn myself as well. So, but this stream, we're learning to code and grow together, my friend. So if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, let me know. I think you've been here before. You've been here before, Cautious Dan, or is this your first time? I think you've been here. I think I've spoken to you in the past. If not, you can correct me. But I'm happy to have you here again. You may or may not know. You ask any questions you might have, program related or otherwise, as long as they're family friendly and backseat coding. Ask me why I'm doing something. I need it. All right, folks, we're getting close to another break here. Wild that we're getting because, yeah, I think you've been here before. I think we've chatted just a little bit. I don't remember when, I don't remember where, but I think it happened. All right, so this thing is building. We're gonna get our metadata back. Okay, so this deserializer needs to go through and find all of the nodes inside. Yeah, this is so interesting. So I need to like take that UXML or something and find. All right, so this is our path here. And so if this path doesn't exist, so we're gonna say if file dot, we're gonna do our using system.io. All right, so if file dot exists, if it doesn't exist, that's bad news. We shouldn't be here. We're gonna throw a new system.io.file not found exception. Could not load metadata. And then we'll say the path here. Like a so, not with the percent sign, with the dollar sign. You gotta put a dollar there. You gotta make that money. Christoph says, chatbots, I'm using chatbots to find a SimEject tool, and that's the size of a screwdriver. A SimEject tool that is the size of a screwdriver. Sorry, I misread that. All right, so my goal here is we're gonna read this in. So I need to, do I have XML deserializer? Let's go to my skill tree generator, my UXML generator. Serialization. Do we have a deserializer here? So XML deserialization. How do I deserialize? XML reader? I don't know how to do this. We're gonna have to look this up. C# read XML file. I wanna go to an object. I just wanna get the generic structure. How to read and parse an XML file in C#. Load. There's this load thing here. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see if this looks like anything. All right, so we're gonna try XML document doc equals new XML document. Now we don't need to put the name on this side. Doc.load. Is it load or load XML? Interesting. What's the difference between load and load XML? Let's look at this. Load takes in a stream. Okay, text in a text reader. Takes in a file name. All right, cool. So load can do it. Load XML would take in the actual XML content. Gotcha. Okay, so this is going to be the file name. So it's going to be our path. And this should hopefully return, it's void. All right, so it probably loads it into this document. Let's do a debug. Let's look at this doc.children. So we're gonna like loop through anyway, this is interesting. Doc, for now I'm gonna return a new skill tree metadata with nothing in it. Doc.children nodes, XML node list, var children. I'm trying to loop this for each var. Well, let's do this. Hang on. Sorry, this is me sketching out some ideas here. Child nodes get only assigned child nodes node list children. The documentation isn't here. Enumerator. What does the enumerator produce though? XML node, something like that. Let's go look at the API for this. XML document C#. What is this API look like? XML document properties, document element, document type, inner text, children. Oh, I need to go to the older version here. Let's go to the 2.1. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Standard 2.1. I am looking to navigate the document tree. I need to, so we load it in, outer XML, display the document element. Okay, so we're gonna try document element. Okay, so we can get the document element. Let's debug.log doc.document element. Okay, so this is an XML element. That's what I want. And then it says outer XML. That's fast. What's outer XML? That's a string. Good to know. I didn't know that. Let's see if this is loading properly, this document here. And let's not do the generator part just yet because I want to load it first. So I'm going to not override that information yet. So I want to be able to pull the existing information out and use that to save our information. Okay, so we have this paladin skill. It should be pulling out this one. And it gives me that UI. Okay, cool. So I should be able to loop through this somehow. My deserializer, and I want to find all of our skill node elements. Because inside of this, if we go to our paladin skill tree here, I'm specifically looking for elements that are of this type. And I can find that type in my skill node generator. We have a string. So this is our skill node elements. So we want to find elements of this type and get information off of them. Okay, so we're gonna do that. So in our skill node deserializer, we're gonna say doc.doc_element.children, child nodes, the node list, but I want them as okay, for each, let me do this, var, there is an enumerator, children in, I know I can enumerate over these, but what is the type of this? Child nodes, XML lists. It's it's just like a generic IEnumerable. Is it an XML node? XML node. Okay, so that's what it is. I want it to be of type element. So children.type get .node type. So node type is going to give us a type, and we're going to say if the node type is equal to, and this is an XML node type, XML node type dot element. So if it's not an element, we can ignore it. Continue. If it is an element, then we want to check. We can cast it to that, I think, because we're gonna try that out. So then we'd say child element is equal to, shouldn't be called children. I didn't even write that. Children as XML element. Is it, well, I can know whether or not I can cast it here. XML element. And this should be a child element like that. I guess I could do it like this as well. This should be called child. So this element, and then I want to say child element dot, how do I get, when I created this thing, what was the name? So in our generator, when I create an element, I'm passing in a string name. So I should be able to say dot, so let's try that, child element dot name. I'm gonna try if child element dot name is not equal to skill node generator dot skill node element. Continue. Otherwise, I want to go ahead and see if, all right, so I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna do a debug.log. So I know I have my element here. There's some exception handling I need to do in here as well, because if this file isn't a correct type, it's gonna throw an exception. So we gotta do some stuff about that, but we're gonna keep pressing forward here for now. So we have child element dot attributes. I'm gonna do that. An attribute collection. What is this? It probably doesn't look like anything. Found child is all I'm gonna say. And because I'm pretty sure child element.name is gonna match that thing. So we should see like 5 of these. So that's how many things we have. So if my assumptions are correct about how the API works, we should be getting 5 of those back when we generate this thing. We get none. So that's too bad. In this case then, okay, so debug.log found element, and then we're gonna say, okay, well, what is the child element dot name? What is the name of the child? Maybe we're not even finding these. Maybe there's no child nodes. Missed a semicolon. Thank you for the reminder, compiler. Let's give this a shot here. Found one visual element. So this doesn't, oh, we need to recursively go into these. Oh, okay. So there's like a recursion that needs to happen because it's a tree structure. So I'm gonna write in another little thing here, skill tree. I don't think it needs to be a skill tree metadata. This is gonna be a scan tree, scan document. Okay, and this is gonna take in our skill tree metadata and it's gonna add things to it. Accumulator, I'm gonna call it accumulator. This is the thing that we're accumulating. And it's gonna slowly modify this, but it's also gonna take visitor pattern for the tree. Yeah, essentially we're gonna go down inside of it, build this thing up, and then return it at the end. And so this is gonna get pushed down inside of here. So this also takes in an XML element node. So this is like the node we're on. And so this essentially comes here, and this becomes node instead, like this. And then up here we do, we make a skill tree metadata, skill tree metadata, and then we sort of, I don't know, I guess I always do this because I'm such a habit. Then we're gonna do scan document document element, and then our metadata. And at the end of the day, the idea is at the end of this, metadata has been initialized in the way that we want it to. And I'm probably gonna make an interface for this, and then have this be an internal thing that you can't modify. So these are gonna be some internal data structures that let us do it. So I'm pretty sure I want to do public interface, and I'm gonna extract these to their own file, skill tree metadata. And this is just gonna have this method like this. And then this is gonna implement iSkillTree metadata. And this thing will no longer be public. This will instead be a private internal class here. It's gonna be a private class, like that. And this is gonna complain. I'm gonna go fix those errors real quick. Parse, skill tree metadata parse. This needs to be an I skill tree metadata. And then keep going. This becomes an I skill tree metadata like that. Skill node, yep. Propagate this through. Skill tree generator metadata. So we don't have to expose the internals of this thing. All I know is that those are the values we're getting out of it. Okay, let's keep going. This should be an iSkillTree metadata. Otherwise, we can get the default one, iSkillTree metadata.default. We'll create a default on that. So that's not what I want to do. Go back. The default one just returns a vector 2.0 like that. We're going 90 minutes. We got to stop here, folks. We got to stop, take a quick break. And then we're so close to finish this. We're gonna finish it. iSkillTree default does not contain a definition. Default one would be okay, so we have to have a default one. Public static iSkillTree metadata default equals you do an anonymous class here, iSkillTree metadata. So let me do anonymous classes. Can we do anonymous classes in C#? I've never tried. Looks like not. Cannot create, but I'll do a private class default tree default metadata iSkill metadata, and then this just becomes a new default metadata like that. All right, so now we have a default one that just gives vector 2 for everything, but we can subclass it here and change that behavior. Okay, what are you complaining about now? Does our compiler pass? Can we take a break? Looks like it's building, folks. Okay, so it builds. Let me click this button just to make sure. Okay, so that has no difference because we didn't recursively do anything yet, but we're gonna recur on our scan document. So each child, we then need to scan the child document as well. That said, we gotta take a break, folks. When I come back, Storgo says anonymous methods, yes, not class though, I don't think. You can definitely do anonymous methods though. I know you can have anonymous types in C#. Java provides anonymous classes, which is you can provide a class definition of an interface without actually defining a class using the new keyword and then defining it out. It's nice in those small situations there. That said, we do have to take a quick break. When we come back, We're gonna do a little bit of we're gonna take care of ourselves, get our blood flowing, folks. Hang tight, grab your bear with me, and I shall return in about 3 minutes. See ya soon. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for waiting. So sorry to make you wait so long. Made myself some tea, so I had to boil some water, but I'm back. The captain's back. I'm sorry I made you wait so long. But we're gonna get some blood flowing, folks. We gotta take care of ourselves. Get on up. If you've been sitting around like a cave troll like me, living indoors, not getting enough air, just stagnating, you gotta get up. We gotta get our body to move. So we're gonna do some jumping rats. So get on up. Get on up. We're gonna do some jumping jacks. Maybe you can't do jumping jacks. Maybe just do some arm jacks with me if you don't want to do jumping jacks. We gotta get that blood flowing. We gotta take care of ourselves. Mark said we need to get you a coffee sponsor. I know. That's what I've been saying. That said, if you want to support the captain, you can support the captain and Girls Who Code at the same time. Captain Coder has become a partner with Humble Bundle. So if you want to support the captain, you can. You support the captain, you support yourself, you support Girls Who Code and others. Let's check this link out real quick. Humble Bundle, folks. If you're not already using Humble Bundle, it's a great place. It's a great place to get lots and lots of good stuff. My chosen charity is Girls Who Code. When applicable, when you select a bundle, you're able to adjust your donation, check how much Girls Who Code get. And if you click this activate support, anything you buy on Humble Bundle, 20% goes to, I believe it's 20% goes to Girls Who Code. I gotta double check that number. It's either 10% or 20%. But it goes to Girls Who Code. So if you want to get some cool stuff, if you want to support Girls Who Code, if you want to support Captain Coder, you can do so by following that link, activating your support, and loving Girls Who Code. That said, folks, we don't have a coffee sponsor. That'd be good stuff. Let's hop back in here, though. We're gonna do some jumping jacks. Get on up. We're gonna do some jumping jacks. Get on up with me. We're gonna do some jumping jacks, maybe just some arm jacks, but here we go. We're gonna do 10 of them. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You gotta take care of yourself, folks. You gotta take care of yourself. All right, let's do some arm circles. Get that blood moving. Little tiny arm circles. Keep those arms up. Keep them up, folks. You gotta keep it up. Keep it up, folks. Keep it up. All right, big arm circles. We do the little ones now. We do the big ones. Get that blood flowing. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. All right, and bring it back into little arm circles. 5 seconds more. Then we're gonna switch directions. I know your arms are getting tired. Go the other way, forward. I was going back and now I'm going forward. If you're going forward, now go back. Do arm circles, little arm circles here. Little arm circles, make it slightly bigger, slightly work those ways out. We got till you got some big arm circles. Getting that blood flowing like a big old condor. And then bring it back in. Little tiny arm circles, 5 more seconds. You can do it. Just get that blood flowing. And stop. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me in that little exercise. Got to take care of yourselves. I know you did it. I know you're out there exercising with me, so thank you so much for taking the time to do that. The captain loves you. You should love you, and if you love you, you got to love your body. If you love your body, you got to make sure it doesn't stagnate. You got to take care of yourself, so thank you so much for taking care of yourself. We're going to hop back in here. We're so close. We're closer than we've ever been, folks. We are closer than we have ever been to parsing this in. So the idea is we're scanning this document. We're scanning this XML document, pulling out all of the relevant components. All right, so rather than, if it's not an element, we do nothing. If it is an element, we need to go recursively into the children. All right, so we recursively go into the children here. Don't want to do it before or after. Yeah, so we found a child at this point. Yes, so if we found, so we're gonna recursively go in. Fuel Snail says, what should I do with my points? That's a great question. Fuel Snail. We got a little Stream Element shop. That you can check out. You can tell people to pay attention. You can let me know when it seems good. You can whoa us if you don't like something, cloud of disapproval. You want me to sing an AI generated song? Just give me a prompt. We do that. You want the C# and .NET Ultimate Bundle? It can be yours for a low price of 18,000 points, my friends. If you want me to read you an AI generated story, we can do that. Or we can show off one of my mini board games. That's what we have right now. Not a ton, but we got a little bit. We got a little bit of stuff, just for you, That said, you could also just flex. That's what a lot of people like to do. Mooniz likes to flex that first place position on everybody. All right, good question, Fuel Snabel. Good question. Okay. So right here, we need to recursively go into the child element. So we can do this by saying, well, we're gonna scan the document on the child with our accumulator. Okay, on our child with the accumulator. Oh, not child element. Christoph, 48th place. Any more questions? Can you spend points to take away a point from someone else? I think there's a dual option. Or I think there's an option that's kind of like that. And there might be a battle option. You're 56th earlier. Well, you're working your way up, Christoph. Working your way up to the top. It's the eye of the tiger. So there's, so you'd spend an 8-ball duel. Oh, I guess you can duel. It's just you got to specify who you want to duel. Ooh, sure thing. Let's accept. There's no gamble, Story Girl. We do got to get that in there. I won. That's right, Dramox. That's right, I beat you. That's okay, Dramox. That's okay. You're still number one in my heart, friend. You're still number one in my heart. Maybe there should be a gamble option. Oh, we got to reset that break timer. Reset break. All right, folks, we're gonna reset that break timer. Scanning the document, we recursively scan. Okay, then ideally we find a child inside. Let's see if this finds some children now. Can we find some children in here? We can. Okay, so we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just as I expected. We found 5. When we find a child, we need to add that to the dictionary, but we have to pull out the correct position of that child. So it's like child element dot get attribute name. Okay, so it should have a name, string name, found child name. And then it should have a style on it. If the attribute doesn't exist, is there a try get attribute child element.try get attribute? What does this do if there's nothing? XML element C#. Christoph says, I see, I forgot what stream elements the streamer doesn't have unlimited technically. That's true. True. I don't gain points. So the thing is, I don't gain points the way everyone else does. So that's essentially how many points I've given away. So when I do an add points all, that's how I get points. I could give myself as much as I want, but I don't deserve it. All right, so our XML element here, get attribute, returns a specified attribute. It is match the name property. The value of the attribute. An empty string is returned if the matching attribute is not found. Okay, so if it isn't there, you get the empty string back. Okay, so we're gonna say if name is string.empty. Really, we're gonna do a debug.assert name is not equal to string.empty. And if we get that, we're gonna assert discovered skill node without a name attribute, like that. Let's go look at that real quick. Is it name? Yeah, it's name. Okay, so name, display name, display description are the other. Well, I don't think we actually need those. Those should get updated. Instead, it's the position that we care about. It's part of the style. Yeah, it's the style that we care about. Okay, and so then we also want to get the style out. Okay, so we're gonna assert that in string style equals child element dot get attribute style. And this one can be empty if no one's changed it. That's right, Christoph. I'm part of all. That's how I've been getting so many points. That's how I got all my points. Gave them to myself, so I gave them to all of you. Anytime I exercise, I get myself some points. That's right. That's right. So string style. Let me get the style. This is where we want to parse out based on that semicolon. Based on that semicolon, but it's trickier than that. It's not just the semicolon. So let me go edit. Maybe it is that simple. I don't think it is, because look, there's semicolons in here already. This is gonna be hard. There's already a like style parser in there. So our style string is gonna sort of be in this format. Okay, it's in this format where it's separated by these, and I'm looking for left and top. So really, I want to do a left something pixels, right? So this would be left digits pixels, and then top pixels. This is what I'm looking for. This is the pattern. So I think I want to do a regular expression to pull out the left and the top if possible. I'm not the best with regular expressions, but I think if I did a regular expression, I can find this and I don't have to do some weird parsing. So let's look into C# regular expression. And we want to do a match. We want to find that regular expression. So we want to find the group, the character classes here. But the regular expression I'm looking for is essentially, I'm looking for left colon space digits 0 to 9. I want 1. So this plus is going to say at least one of those, and then px semicolon. This is the regular expression I want for that, and then top 0 to 9, at least one px. Let's go plug this into a regular expression checker and check regx builder. So if I have this regular expression, I should be able to do top 0 pixels. It should match that. Yeah. If I have no px there, it shouldn't match. And then anything else, yeah, okay. So this is the regular expression I'm looking for. And so I want to match that regular expression. And if I have that, I should be able to pull some information out of it. The question is, how do I do regular expressions in C#? I want like a regular expression matcher for brief introduction. I have some examples. Pattern, name, regex replace. That's not what I want. Identify. I want to find the group though. So it looks like I'm going to want to do regex, text regular expressions like this. Right. Regular expressions are useful, folks. I know that they're a pain. I know that they can be a pain. All right, so in our regular expression, I want to create a pattern. Regex.match input pattern. So style, and the pattern we want is left colon 0 to 9 plus px semicolon. Like this. Fuel says, well, for simple things, they are not so painful, but then give it time and someone patches a simple. I would recommend not doing a crazy regular. So this is nice. This is useful for this specific thing, right? So I disagree. Yeah. So I don't like when people write crazy regular expressions. They're like, match all emails in the world. Don't do that. You should probably use a parser for that. Maybe not, but regular expressions can be really useful as long as you keep them simple. Parser combinators, exactly. It drives me nuts that people aren't more familiar with parser combinators. In this situation, I think this makes sense because I don't know the order that this is coming in. The tokens are broken up by semicolons. I don't want to have to deal with things inside of apostrophes. So like this semicolon is actually not part of it. So if I have like an and followed by something, so there's like a crazy parser I'd have to build, and this is gonna get me there. Anyway, so this should be a match, left match. And so maybe I should be able to do something with that. And then my top match is left and top. This is the metadata we're searching for specifically. Left match dot success. Okay, so we can do this. We'll say that int X is going to be left match success. So if we were successful, we want to extract that left match dot. I'm not sure which one of these gets me the actual groups thing out. So it's usually groups. For now, I'm gonna put 0, 0 here. And the idea is extract int. So I'm gonna do like extract find int, extract int left match, and we'll have a private void, no, private int extract int match return 0. So the idea is I can do this for my X, for my Y. If top match success, we're gonna extract top match, and then our accumulator dot, this is gonna be an internal. Can we do internal here? Is that gonna yell at me? Our accumulator dot positions, yeah, of name is gonna be equal to a new vector2 with XY like this. Built Jesus 70 says, hello world. That's right, Built Jesus. Hello world in C++ speak, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome aboard, Jeza. Or if you want me to say Built, let me know. But welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Happy to see you here. Welcome aboard. All right, so we're gonna create a vector2 here. We're gonna add that in there. That assumes this thing works. Okay. Found child, we don't need this, but I will put a thing in here where we say our X and we say our Y for now. Match dot, let me go read in here, match, the match class. Match.groups one value. What is the, so debug.log. I think what I want is match 0. Match.groups of 0. Because it should just be one group, I think. But let's look at this. Actually, let's do for each group. What is group? It's a group collection. Let's try this. I'm curious what this is gonna look like real quick. Curious. Built Jeza, thank you for following me today, and you're now part of the crew. Built Jeza, you are now here, and you are a part of the team. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Built Jeza, I welcome you. Built Jeza, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate it. If you didn't know, Captain Coder is me is Captain Coder, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. All questions that are family friendly, welcome, programming related or otherwise. Do not hesitate to ask questions. And backseat coding is so encouraged because we're learning and coding and growing together. We want to We want to find, I want you to ask questions. I want you to teach me things because I want to learn with you. And I want you to learn with me. I have learned so much from people backseat coding here. So do not hesitate to backseat code. I love it. I love it when it happens. So do not hesitate. Please, please, please. Any questions, any ideas you have, send them along. I can't promise I'll always use them, but I'll do my best to entertain them and sort of talk through it with you. Because we do a new project here every week. This week we're building a skill tree system. Last week we did a grid-based inventory system. The week before that we did a crafting system. A week before that we did a procedural generating dungeon. So we're sort of building up right now for this dungeon crawler that we're doing. But the projects we're doing have all been projects that have been suggested by people on my Discord. On Captain Coder's Discord, folks. If you're not part of the Discord, you're welcome to join. It's a fun little place where you can learn and code and grow together, ask questions, suggest ideas, share what you're doing. We want to know. I've been having such a joy over there. I know I have 90 million Discords, so if you don't want to join, that's fine too. I have 90 million Discords too. But it's fun. It's a fun place. I promise. I promise. I can't promise. I promise that you might have fun. I promise that you might enjoy your time there. I promise that you might learn something, but I hope you do. I hope you do. All right, so that's what we're doing here. All right, so it is pulling out what I was thinking it was pulling out. Group 0, but it just turned it to a string here. Christoph says I'm probably in more, and that's not a good thing. Viewless Novels, what are the benefits of raycasting in dungeon crawlers? That's an interesting question. What are the benefits of raycasting in a dungeon crawler? I don't even know if I'll be doing raycasting in a dungeon crawler. Could you be more specific with your question? I don't quite understand the question. Yeah, Bill Jays, of course. I hope you felt, that's what I'm going for. I'm glad you say you felt welcome, because that's what I'm going for. We're gonna pull out the string, the int here. So we're gonna do another regular string. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna do a 2-string on this. Can I just pull out, is 2-string the right thing? Is value? What is value? Value is a string. Okay. So ideally, we're gonna do another regex here. So we're gonna do regex.match. And we know for sure that this one has this 0 to 9 thing in it. And then it's the only digits in there. So I can then do match dot groups of 0 dot value. And I'm gonna parse this and it's gonna be int dot parse like this. And we're just gonna get that back. The extractant is just shorthand for this nasty bit of code here. Fuel Sub says, I saw a thing in the list that says explore raycasting. Oh, not all of these are specific to dungeon crawlers. So Pete, you can suggest any project idea. Someone was just saying raycast style renderer. So someone was suggesting I do a raycasting 3D, so like write a 3D raycasting where we have a tool that generates this using raycasts. So this doesn't actually happen to be with the dungeon crawler. That just happened to be one of the ideas. So someone today recommended a voxel terrain generator, an achievement system. There's all sorts of cool stuff on here that people are suggesting. More than I probably will have time to do, of course. But if you like some of these ideas, come in here, give them a little thumbs up. If you're like, oh, that's an interesting system, give them a thumbs up. But we do a new project. I try and do a new project every week. So we're gonna keep chugging along. Keep chugging along with these. Fuel Snobble says, personally, I would always parse using known culture. I have been hurt too many times. I would parse using known culture. I don't know what that means. Parse using known culture. I don't know what you mean by that. I learned the hard way about Devanagari numbers. I don't even know what a Devanagari numbers. Devanagari numbers. Oh, fascinating. Oh, this is interesting. Thank you for the warning. So these are interesting. Can these be parsed as integers? So they'll pass my regular expression is what you're saying. No, they don't pass the regular expression here. Means set the culture in the program before parsing text in case you're running on non-English. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Sorry, I didn't understand that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Input takes a cultural info that controls how it is parsed. If you don't specify culture, it picks the current one. Gotcha. Oh, that's a good point. Fuel Snowbell, what a great suggestion. Add points. Great. I learned something. Thank you so much. And Smab for helping me understand that. I appreciate you. 50 points to you too. And Merck says, I like the string language or locale. Yeah, so the locale here, I think you're suggesting that the locale, not in the regex, in my int.parse, I would put in like a provider here. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's a great suggestion. Culture info.invariant is what I usually use when I don't know for sure. So it's here, culture info.invariant culture. Is this a thing? All right, let's look at what this, I'm curious what culture info invariant culture is. Property, the invariant culture property. The invariant culture is culture insensitive. It is associated with the English language, but not with any country region. That's great to know. You specify the invariant by name by using an empty string in the call to culture info. This is great. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. Now I know. But yeah, by default, it would probably be using the system version, like whatever your local data is. That's a good little find there. I appreciate that. Okay. Fuel Snabel says, so now if the program runs in other cultures, it does the same thing it did when you debugged. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I think this should be accumulating properly. Let's run it again and see that the lay hands actually has the property set here. So let's clear this, we'll click that, and we get 122, 229. Excellent. Okay, so now we have this information. Now that we're able to extract that, when we go to build this in our skill node generator, we should be, one second, in our deserializer, our implementation does this. Okay, excellent. Our implementation does this. We get, if there's no skill of that name, okay. Now in our skill node generator, we need to add in a style here for the lefts and right values here. Fieldstone says the Devangari numbers uses 0 to 9 just as we, but with different glyphs. So suddenly I received a lot of timestamps. Oh, that's fascinating. Gotcha. Yeah, I never heard of that. I have heard of the locale being an issue. I wasn't thinking about that from a number standpoint, which I suppose is a little bit culturally insensitive of me, you might say. String style. We're gonna do generate, style here. And so this is gonna be our style type. Like that. My first 24 hours debugging session was a culture issue. Yeah, that sounds rough. All right, so we're gonna return this thing. There it goes away, it seems. To convert, this needs to take in our skill to convert. Okay, so this should take in our I skill like this, and so it's going to be our, not that. This needs to be the type we taken down here, skill. And so this should be skill image. Like that. And I wanted to separate this into multiple lines. So I'm going to do a string array styles is equal to, and then we can just specify it like this, and this will be, oh, these should be curly braces. This should be a string dot join space comma styles. Okay. And that way I can put multiple styles here without a big issue. So this is UXML.transparent background, UXML.absolute position, image style, skill.image, and then our positioning information. All right, so this needs to take in our position information, which we have from our metadata. So we will want to pull that information. So vector2 position equals metadata dot position of, and this should take in the name. So this should be a UXML.sanitize skill name skill. And then our left and top, so it should be left, should be our position dot X, and our top position dot Y. Okay. I think this is going to hopefully preserve our positioning. That's the idea, is it should preserve our positioning. This is going to take in style of to convert.skill. Smap says, for example, in some cultures, the comma is the decimal separator rather than the period. Yes. Yeah, I've seen that and I've dealt with that before. That one's really quite common, actually. Especially in web development. In web development, you do locale stuff all the time. Usually I'm writing stuff sort of for myself or for my students. It's not usually a big production piece of software. Fuel Sound says another common problem is the Turkish eye. Another fun one was that a program crashed more in northern Norway. Interesting. It still crashed in southern Norway, but less common. So after a lot of headaches, we realized it hanged with when the user used Sami culture, which is more common in northern Norway. Fascinating. Yeah, those are those interesting, like, web development, that stuff is super common. I imagine with app development on like phones, super common as well. Less common when you're working specifically with like a local company, which is where a lot of my software development has been, with local companies. So it's something that you don't necessarily think about. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Really important to be there. So our style, though, we generate the style. Okay, do you build? Will it build? And I'm really hoping it won't break. Ben the Rat, welcome back again. Welcome back, my friend. Okay, so I think this, so the test is gonna be, if we actually go and generate this, does that end up in the right place? We had commented out the actual output here. And so do those positions get preserved now is the question. Do those get preserved when we generate? I'm really hoping so, because if we get those to generate, if we preserve those, all right, so we'll know if when we open this up, if those are in the same position as they were. All right, so let's delete it just to make sure. Oh, if I delete it, actually, deleting it, it shouldn't have it because it doesn't have that value. Okay, so the question is, if I were to change, okay, so here's the real question. I move my hero here. I move my divine sense here. I move my spell casting here. I move my lay hands here. I hit save. I close this. I go to my layout. We got to fix this a little bit. In my layout, I say that I want to display my paladin tree. All right, so this should be my paladin tree. I'm gonna add that in here as an element. Here, nope, not there. Here, all right, so we have that. I'm gonna hit save. We get this. If I regenerate the elements in here, all right, so the idea here is my skill tree, my paladin skill tree. If I generate it, oh, did I not? Oh, that did not work. That did not work. Let me move my hero element down. Save. It did not work. Paladin skill tree. All right, paladin skill tree. Change language XML. I'm a little sad. Fuel says, I just want to share my suffering in the hope that others don't have to. Exactly. This is why blog posts are nice. You know, thank you for sharing your suffering, Fuel Snabil. It's good to know. Benra says, I need help because when I move my character, it won't do the walk animations, and he's idle walks and doesn't walk, and I don't know what code does. When you walk, it does the animation. Any code? I don't quite understand your question. Have you... I'm gonna recommend you try asking for help here. So create a new post. I recommend create a new post and try and follow these here. Say, here's the code I have. So the code for your element, or maybe screenshots, because you might have some like you know, some state machine. I'm not sure how you're doing it. It's hard to know exactly what you're doing just from what you've written there. But it's best to say, what are you expecting it to do? What does it actually do? And then can you know, this is a good way to ask a question. Here's the code I have. Here's what I want it to do. Here's what it actually does. And then we'll try and answer you from there. I hope that makes sense, Ben the Rat, but I'm happy to try and help you out. Okay. We are doing skill tree deserialization. Welcome to lurk mode, Christoph. We know you have many choices to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you lurking here, my friend. We appreciate you lurking here. So inside of this, we do have a left, we do have a top. Is it extracting those when we deserialize? Am I returning this metadata? All right, so my question is, are we saving those things? Are we finding them? Let me do a debug.log here one more time. Debug.log. Name X, Y. So we're trying to preserve this style, that the X and Y positioning when we generate it. Hero stick 116.253. Oh, it didn't change it. It didn't change it. Okay. The second time it did. Oh. So it's not. That's. Our skill node generator must not be ending in left. Pixels. I'm missing pixels here. I was missing the PX. Found it, I think. Devro's gonna grab some food. Have a beautiful day, Devro. Everyone, if you don't know Devro is a game developer, incredibly talented game developer, 3D artist as well. Beautiful 3D art. Click that heart button. Give Devro some love, folks. Check out what he's doing, because you're gonna want to see. You're gonna want to see what Devro's doing. Absolutely incredible developer, incredible art, and a super fun Twitch channel. Folks, one of my favorite places to hang out. Go give Devro some love, everybody. He deserves it. He deserves it. All right, Devro, have yourself a delicious lunch, my friend. I also got to hop off here and eat some lunch pretty soon. I'm hoping to get this fixed here. So if I come into my Paladin skills here. Master Chaos, the leg is back. How are you, my friend? How are you, my friend? I'm doing excellent. So we're in the process of creating a skill tree generator. We're making a skill tree generator. All right, so I should be able to regenerate this, regenerate it again. Okay, all right, we got it. We got it. It doesn't delete it. It preserves that metadata. It preserves that state. Yes, it's doing awesome, Master Cass. How are you? We just got this data being preserved in here, so you can do the following. You can do the following. Let's say I wanted to change how these things are connected. Be like, well, spellcasting. I don't want that connected to Sacred Oath anymore. I don't want that connected to Sacred Oath. Goodbye. Array elements, that was out of bounds. Fascinating. Regenerate. Boom. That's gone. That's gone. Automatically does it. Now let's say, okay, well maybe we want to restructure this. Maybe the hero node actually connects to the lay hands node. Boom. There you go. There you go, folks. All right, we got it. It preserves that information. That's awesome. That's awesome. So that refactor was successful, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and commit this. Feat. Add preserve tree node position data on regeneration. Boom! This is exciting. We got that. That was a nice little refactor we did. We got it. We refactored those types. We got it, folks. And when you click on those things, oh, we're so close. We might actually finish. I was thinking we might not be able to finish this in time, but we have this little skill tree thing that you can build now. Swapping out the skill trees, not exactly how I want to do. I think that Master Kith says, I'm doing decent, thinking about some random stuff. Gotcha. I think about random stuff all the time, but we can click these, we can select them. All right, we did it. Oh, this is so exciting for being here to witness this momentous occasion, everybody. This doesn't happen all that often, but 50 points to being here to see this feature finish. Not only did we finish that feature, we finished all of our goals today with about 15 minutes to spare. And so for finishing all of our goals, 100 points to all of you for being here to witness this beautiful day, everybody. I'm so excited we got here. If you, this is great. This is great. I'm really happy about this. I didn't think we were gonna quite be able to get there. I was worried I wasn't gonna be able to get it to preserve your state. Oh, this is so nice. This is so nice. One thing that would be nice to add in here is if you've previously specified one of these, having that metadata stored somewhere would be nice, but I'm not worried about that yet. But yeah, ranger tree, we can generate a ranger tree. You just can't see it, you can see it down here. This is a slightly different skill tree. You might have a different set of skill tree, different nodes that you use. Oh, this is cool. This is so cool. Divine Sense already down here, spell casting. Let's test it one more time. Make sure that these are preserved if we regenerate it. They are. Let's generate one more time, because that's when it broke the first time, is when we generated the second time. All right, exciting stuff, folks. Okay, so I need to go eat myself some breakfast. I need to eat myself some breakfast, take care of myself. You should take care of yourself too. As always, everybody, it's been a pleasure having you here with Captain this morning. You are all wonderful, wonderful people. I love you all. I love you all so much. It's been super, super fun. We're gonna go raid someone. We're gonna see if we can find someone to raid. Dramulks, don't be sad. Don't be sad, Dramulks. I'll be back tomorrow, everybody. Tomorrow, 5 a.m. Local time, which 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be back. We're gonna have a beautiful, grand old time, folks. Hassan Ali, thank you for following me. Hassan Ali, I would like to welcome you today. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I welcome you on this beautiful day. Thank you so much for the follow, Hassan Ali. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. If you're new here, I don't know if you just popped in, but if you're new here, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. We are building a skill tree system. I'm wrapping up for the day, but I have a little blog keeping track of what we do daily. All right, so we're on day 5. We just finished day 5. We're on day 4 of doing a skill tree system. My goal is to make a reusable skill tree system that we can put in a variety of different projects. I'm gearing up for the Dungeon Crawler Jam, but people have been suggesting this. Different projects. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to know what we're doing over there. Beautiful stuff happening. As always, folks, I appreciate you. I love you all very much. We're gonna go raid the legendary Proton Fig, folks. The legendary Proton Fig. Give him some love. Proton Fig. Astounding Commodore 64 code guru, musician, graphician, an absolute legend. The music over there is beautiful, folks. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. We're gonna go give Proton a raid. Give him some love. Make sure you make him feel nice and fabulous, because he's one of my favorite streamers, folks. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful day, and you are welcome back anytime. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific.